good. Maybe just change the camera again just a bit. So, welcome everyone to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. I'm your host, Aelwolf, otherwise known as Ales, gentleman streamer, the excellence of an execution, the no throne cicerone. And welcome back to the stream. As you can see, we have a brand new guest here, something that we haven't seen since the stream started. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us of your legendary status and why are you dressed in such a kooky outfit?
Well, hello everybody on the stream. I am friend of the stream, John, as you have may or may not have encountered before. This is the first time that I'm appearing on stream after, moving my schedule quite considerably to make time for this. But,
yeah, you had a lot of appointments to move shift aside. You asked for some paid time off.
Yes.
Some reservations were thrown out the window. So I'm sure that those people will sorely miss you.
Yes.
But yeah, thank you for making time to attend the stream that made you famous.
Yes.
Thank you very much for showing.
I'm happy to be here, yes.
Okay, and longtime chatter, Rio de Lobos, welcome back. How are you doing? It's been a while. Hopefully things are going well on your end. Today is a special stream. Like I said, John from the legendary Taproom Tales with John and Ales block is back. And he's actually live in person. We've actually only played online before, but this time he decided to visit the Ale Den. After a series of mysterious routes were issued, he finally managed to get here. GPS lost coordinates, of course. Today what we're going to do is we're going to play something completely different. Nothing that we were playing this past few weeks, because we want to focus on couch co-op. None of us is sitting in a couch, unfortunately,
yes.
but we'll have to manage with desk chairs and table chairs. So yes, that. Rio, I'm good. Just things needed to be settled, and I kept missing streams. Hey, don't worry about it. Any time that you spend here is certainly very much appreciated. To be perfectly honest with you, I think it was a couple weeks ago that I thought that I saw you launch on a stream, and I'm assuming that it was a test stream or something like that. Anyways, totally up to you if you want to talk about that or not. Just thought I'd mention it. Today we will start off by playing Mario Kart 8, which is a very old game. But we've got new tracks that we have never played before, and so it'll be fun to just warm up the old rusty fingers by playing that. Hopefully it's a good time. It was a test stream. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I thought it was. So cool. Hope to see the. If you ever do decide to go on the streaming bit, hopefully I can catch that sometime. Before we do that, as we tend to do in the Ales and Fails Twitch stream, we're going to drink some, and we're going to talk about it. Because what would the Ales and Fails Twitch stream be without ales? And so we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to talk about a gluten-free beer called Glutenberg White, and I think you can see that right there. I know that the light kind of hits it, but it is kind of like a bluish beer, blue with white text on it. It almost looks like the coloring pattern of a Miller Lite or something like that. Yeah, it's a gluten-free beer. We don't discriminate here, Rio de Lobos. We accept drinks of all creeds, if you will. And so generally what you would expect from a white beer, generally you call a white beer what's a wheat beer, and a wheat beer is generally made of wheat, of course. There's a long-standing tradition in both Germany and Belgium where they used to both traditionally make wheat beers. Obviously the standard component for beers is barley. Wheat gives it a slightly thicker mouthfeel. A lot of wheat beers are not filtered, which gives them a slightly hazier quality, like those hazy IPAs you see in the news all the time. This one, of course, is not wheat. This is actually millet and buckwheat. So quite an interesting combination here. Here's I'm not a gluten-free beer connoisseur myself, but I'm certainly open to tasting new things. But yeah, that's a lot of me talking about this nonsense. Let's go ahead and see what Untapped has to say on the matter. And today you'll see me non-GMO. I have no idea if it is non-GMO. Welcome to the stream, Falco Forte. How have you been? Let's see what Untapped has to say on the issue over here. And it just so happens that I have it pulled up right there. So this is from the aptly named Glutenberg Craft Brewery. And it's a sorghum millet beer. 5% alcohol, so very respectable. Glutenberg White's distinction lies in its quinoa and amaranth composition. Are you a fan of quinoa, John? Do you like quinoa?
I would say that quinoa is a rather enjoyable grain. Yeah.
I've heard it's a superfood. Do you think we'll feel superior after drinking this beer?
I think we'll feel something.
Which endows it with a noticeable grainy profile, ensuring a steady mouthfeel. Soft and refreshing with hints of coriander and curacao. The white is the perfect nectar to quench your thirst. End quote. So let's go back over here and actually taste this thing. Go ahead and pour this. So what we'll do here is we'll each taste some of it and we'll talk about it, and then we'll jump into the game.
Sounds exciting.
I don't know if it's that exciting, but it's something.
I think the only other gluten-free beer I've had, I mean, I'm pretty sure I've had like sorghum and millet, but I think the last one that I liked was maybe a rice beer, so this is going to be exciting.
Rice beer? Oh, well, yeah, I believe those are pretty good too. They're a little more crisp, I think. So hopefully if everyone is having a wonderful end to the work week, we're almost there, folks. Hang on. Okay, so as you can see over here, it's quite hazy. It's more of a wan yellow color. Very little on the head. In terms of aroma, it's almost like a slightly citrus lemon type of scent to it. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I do sense a little bit of the lemon through my mask. Yeah.
Very, very professional. Fang and ale.
Yes, Fang and ale.
And to your health. So it's actually a lot sweeter than I expected. It's the citrus on the nose is actually lighter than when you actually taste it. There's very little in terms of a bitterness, so very little hop aroma. It's actually pretty enjoyable, I want to say. I do think that it does fulfill the promise of a consistent mouthfeel. Yeah, I actually, if you gave me this and didn't tell me anything, and I've had probably at least one beer, I would say, oh, this is just a regular beer. This is a standard wheat beer. Maybe a little bit better than the so-called Blue Moon. Any thoughts on the palate here, John?
Well, yeah, I agree with you. I'm obviously not as well versed in the terms of beer and ales.
No, you're not.
But I will say, but I will say that it is pretty refreshing. It is, not too tangy, not too bitter. So, yeah, it is a smooth drink. So I like it.
Well, good. I'm glad you enjoy it. Let's give this guy a rating. I'm thinking maybe like a 3 tops. Any thoughts?
I mean, I might rate it a little bit higher, but it is your profile. So.
It is my profile. Okay, so it's a 3 for me, slightly higher than that for John.
3.5 maybe for me.
Okay, 3. Excellent. So shop holiday gifts. Let's go ahead and check that in. And I barely understand ales' critical terminology, but I listen anyways. Hey, I appreciate that, Rio. You're a solid viewer.
You and me both, Rio.
To be perfectly honest with you, I'm surprised that anybody tolerates this part of the stream. But you know what? It's my thing. So we endure the terrible beer commentary for the solid gameplay. Okay, and I think that updated. There we go. Okay. So you actually like it. Very much appreciated, Rio. You're a true one. So with that, let's go ahead and play some Mario Kart here. Like I said, we actually haven't played a lot of the new tracks, so this should be quite the venture. We're also doing something a little bit different here in that I'm not whoop. I'm not actually using my cans to listen. We're actually just using monitor sound. So if you hear any feedback, any of the viewers, let me know. We'll turn off the mic. Hopefully this is tolerable. At least I can pretend to understand. I very much appreciate you indulging my banter. Alright, so let's multiplayer this thing.
So I wonder if mine is connected already.
Can you press home?
Yeah.
See, it shows you there.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So Grand Prix.
Yeah.
It is tolerable, and that's as good as we get here at the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. Let's go ahead. I don't know. I guess 100 is probably a solid place to start. Or do we want to actually play with the big boys and do 150?
You decide. Let's see.
Let's warm up with 100, and then once we start losing, then we can move on to 150.
All right, sounds good.
So, do you have a particular pick when you play Mario Kart?
It's certainly been a minute since the last time I played Mario Kart, but I think I used to like playing. Who was it? I think I occasionally like playing Bowser or Wario on the bike just because it's so reminiscent of the WarioWare games. Because in that game he had a motorbike, which was always fun.
It's decent. It's a decent combination. I even though I always manage to lose with him, I will always play what's it called, Metal Mario. Even he's a heavy type. I am terrible with heavy types. But I just like the way he looks. He's very sleek. Just I wish I was made of metal. So I think the top cups. No wait, the last 4 cups are the new ones, right? Because this is special cup. Then these are all the retro cups. So I think it's the egg cups, leaf, Triforce, and whatever this thing is. All right. Let's go ahead with Yoshi Circuit. Alright, and shout outs out there to all those still playing Mario Kart 8. It's still a great game. I don't know if they'll ever be able to make a new one.
Yeah, with so many updates, you kind of wonder if they're ever going to release Mario Kart 9.
Alright. Now that I think about it, you're looking at my side of the screen and I'm looking at your side of the screen. Maybe next time we should switch controllers.
Perhaps.
Oh man, I had forgotten how to play this thing.
I think you can all get the hang of it. I'm starting to sort of remember.
Oh wow, this is just bad. What am I even doing here? Okay. I might as well just be playing with a Joy-Con using motion sensors. Oh, there it goes. I was looking for the weapon button this entire time. Oh, come on.
Oh no.
Squid Lightning. I think that was a song in Greece.
Oh no. Oh, you're actually in first place.
Yeah. by luck. Probably the computer's not really trying at this point. So do you have a particularly favorite Mario Kart game? I'm pretty sure you played a number of them.
I think I had a fond memory of Double Dash on the GameCube, because that one I think was the first one that I actually owned myself.
Oh, you're a Double Dasher.
Mm-hmm.
Those fans of Double Dash will never stop talking about it.
Oh no, there's a Bullet Bill guy behind. I'm in 9th place.
Wow. I feel right now my biggest enemy are the curves. This is just... Double Dash was so much fun. And, you know, I was just playing when I suggested that Double Dash players won't stop talking. I actually did love it a lot. It was a very unique experience in comparison to all the other Mario Kart games.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always wondered why they haven't brought back that main mechanic. I feel like it's not just us that kind of enjoy it. I feel like it was pretty critically acclaimed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I can totally see that.
And I think that the nice thing about it was just the fact that it would allow you to have a second player who may not necessarily like know how to play Mario Kart and just be on the back seat and just like be your gunner sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of used to like to play that with my SO back in the day, and that was nice. So it's kind of odd that they haven't like gone down that well at some point. Rio says, I played the DS version a lot, and I only played the one before Double Dash. I think the one before Double Dash was what? That was probably Mario Kart 64, wasn't it?
I think so.
Okay. So every time I think about the DS version, I constantly think about snaking and how snaking was the name of the game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I was ever able to snake, but I always thought it was funny to see people just snake the entire time.
Yeah, you know, it's funny that you mentioned the mechanic of Double Dash where you could actually do co-op where your second player could be in the back seat. I actually totally forgot about that, but that was a cool mechanic.
Yeah, absolutely. Correct, 64 was before Double Dash, so thank you, Falco, for the confirmation. Man. This is the Excite Bike. I'm losing my words here. Clearly, I've already had one too many. The Excite Bike course. It is too early to be drinking, folks. Please don't follow my example. Yeah, I'm an ancient. I've said that a number of times on this stream. I've lived for far too long, and please take me out of my misery. But I do remember playing the old Excite Bike back in the day. You ever played that yourself?
I think maybe I've played it in like an emulator, briefly. I remember when I first tried it, I really liked it though. So that was a lot of fun.
I think I always thought that it, for what it was, it managed to do what it needed to do, like a racing game with motorcycles. But the thing that I thought set it apart was the course creator, because it gave you just a lot of freedom to like design your own tracks and try to see if you could like manipulate the mechanics of your driver depending on how you took certain laps. And I know that probably nobody spent that much time doing that, but I did. It was kind of like playing with Lego pieces. But yeah, in terms of the racing itself, I didn't quite care for it.
I guess I always thought it was interesting how your, like, the direction of your racer and, like, how well you did it. Also, like, what impacted that was, like, the direction of the angle that you took. So I thought that was pretty neat, like a pretty new mechanic.
It was pretty new mechanic, but it was also, like, one of the first games. So I don't know if it was new. It was just like, oh, here's the new thing that has never been done before.
Well, I mean, before that, there was probably, like, what's it called? Those Atari racing games, which were just, like, I guess, two-dimensional, sort of, like, behind the car view, so...
Oh, man.
Oh
The
no.
carnage. Oh, you know, we totally forgot to change the stream.
Oh, from just chatting.
Yeah, we're not just chatting anymore. We're gaming. We're
That is
gamers.
true.
Total professionalism here, folks. That's not what I wanted to do. Alright, I'm gonna go change this thing.
Sounds good.
I say like I'm gonna go like it's actually something I'm actively doing. Edit stream info. So let's go with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Okay, so hopefully that gives us maybe a few more hits, or maybe it'll take a few more hits.
Yeah, maybe.
So I'm still standing at the top, which is quite unusual. But I think it's coming back to me. How's that Wario working out for you?
Well, I think I'm doing a little better. Last time I think I got 11th place, but now I'm in 2nd place. So maybe I'm also getting the hang of it again.
Cheers to that.
Mm-hmm. Cheers.
Dragon Driftway. I think this is the one that's like. I was just about to say vaguely East inspired, but I guess that kind of just resolved it.
The gong just seals the deal.
Yeah. Whenever you have a gong, it's gotta be Asian inspired. And I do like the detail of how like the tracks are made of like wood. It's just very I don't know how to say it. You know, speaking of Mario Kart, I did see that they brought a F-Zero game recently, F-Zero 99, which is, I guess, the Super Nintendo F-Zero, but you get to play with 99 other racers, a la Death Race from F-Zero X. I haven't played it yet, but I wanted to give it a poke at some point.
Yeah, that game is actually, it looks really fun. I haven't given it a try myself, but I think it's like supposed to be a battle royale sort of spin on F-Zero from the Super Nintendo.
So is that what Nintendo is doing now with their old franchises, just taking them and making them battle royales with 100 things? Because first it was Mario, Super Mario Brothers. Then it was like Tetris, I think.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, and now it's F-Zero, which is fine. Which I mean, if people will play it, then by all means. But I'm wondering, is that just going to be something that they start doing from now on?
I mean, possibly. I think it's. I didn't notice that pattern, so that's certainly interesting. Maybe you've caught on to Nintendo's game here.
Yeah.
Maybe the next thing that they're gonna release is like Super Mario 64 Royale or something.
You know what they need to do though, and if Nintendo, if you're listening, here's $1 million idea.
I think they're listening, so
they're listening. I saw them in the viewer list. So what you need to do is Mario Party 100, where you have 100 people play Mario Party, endless turns, and then the last person playing wins. Nobody will get past like turn 20. Trust me.
yeah, I feel like if Mario Party went on for that long, it wouldn't really be a game anymore. It would be like a gauntlet.
It's like when people play like really hardcore Monopoly, and like a few people have like all of the powerful properties, but nobody happens to be falling on them, and you just keep going around the board until somebody's just like, you know what, maybe let's do something else. Oh, come on. Glad you enjoyed that, Falco. Ooh, I have the thing that allows me to stop the thing. Is it this? I think this is the only weapon that's supposed to allow you to like destroy blue shells, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, the sound blaster. You know, it's funny. I actually haven't seen a blue shell this game yet.
Well, the computer hasn't gotten cutthroat enough, I guess. Give me a second here. I feel like it should be showing Mario Kart 8 here. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Nice, nice. So there's a good chance here that I might actually pull it off. I might actually get the gold. Are you proud of me?
I am.
That makes two of us.
I am amused, not necessarily proud.
Okay. Proud. Oh, and see, this is a stage I really like just because it makes me think about F-Zero.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a second here. Alright. See, I'm in the right cart. See, what they really need to do is just keep bringing F-Zero tracks. That's all they need to do, especially from F-Zero X.
Yes.
And then you've got a moneymaker.
I mean, I feel like at that point maybe they should just make a new F-Zero. Stop toying with us.
Oh, here's another $1 million idea. Bring back F-Zero and put Mario Kart tracks in it.
Yes. Although I'm not sure how well that would work, but yes.
Just do it.
As long as you bring back F-Zero.
Oh, come on. See, the first track that you bring is Baby Park.
Mm-hmm. Baby Park.
Technically, it is F-Zero. Indeed, it is. Yeah. It is the Fat Zero. They should make a new F-Zero. Sorry. I played GX, and the fact that you can make your own vehicle was wild. See, actually, here's a question: Did you enjoy GX more than the previous ones, Falco? Because while I thought that it was very high-end F-Zero, that first-player mission game was just so challenging for me. Like, I feel like I got through the first 3 missions, and then after that, I just couldn't beat it. It was just rough. Maybe I was playing it wrong. You know what? Maybe I'm not as good a gamer as I thought.
Says the guy on the top of the scoreboard currently.
Alright. And of course, Squidward.
Oh no, why couldn't that be the last lap? And then first.
Ah, Yoshi.
So I wonder what does the blue path do in this game, considering we don't have like health bar for our vehicle, like in F-Zero.
Well, I think in this particular course, the coins that you can actually get coins from the blue bars.
Mm-hmm.
So you can hear coins replenishing. So it actually works the same thing as getting coins.
So coins, as far as I'm aware, just like give you a little speed boost. Do they do anything else?
No, I think that's it.
Okay.
And sorry, I need to catch up on chat just a second here. I'm actually trying. The stakes got too high, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on! Ah, look!
Yes, I did it. First place.
I can't believe that I tried to stop the guy with a shell, and immediately the shell just backfires on me, and so dumb. Okay, let's see. Is it only you two? So it's the Grand Prix. We're not playing online, if that's what you're asking, Rio. I always play with comms personally. Yeah, so we are playing with other computer characters. Right now there's 10 other people, 10 other computers. But this is just the 100cc, so they're not actually very challenging. Now, I get what you're saying. It had a very difficult learning curve. Yeah, I'm glad that you see that. I'm glad that I wasn't just the lone person not being able to finish those missions. GX was my only F-Zero game I played, and I could only get past the first 2 or 3 missions. Then I'd get blown up by how aggressive the AI would drive. Yeah, and I think that was actually my experience. I think it probably was literally like 3 or 4 missions in, and then like I wanted to see what happened. And I know that mission game is probably like 10 missions or something like that. But yeah, number 1, Blue Falcon was never my racer, and then yeah, it was just very challenging. I don't know what it was.
Yeah. I mean, from what I remember from F-Zero GX, I just used to like goofing around playing with CPUs. I don't remember getting too far in the story, I think probably because of the difficulty, so I think I'm right there with you.
Okay. So remember all the good times that we had?
Yeah.
Are you feeling nostalgic from watching this sizzle reel of our race?
From 10 minutes ago.
You're like, yeah, those were the good times. Okay, so it would have been good except for that last race, and literally it came down to the last 10 seconds of that race, so it goes. Okay, so we did the egg cup.
Okay. 4th place, I guess, not too bad.
Okay, so let's keep going. Maybe let's go ahead and switch to 150cc. I think that you warmed up. I think you're feeling better.
I think so.
Grand Prix. I might actually change from Metal Mario because I actually do want to stay competitive. But who's the other guy that I used to use? Maybe Tanuki I was about to say Mario. That's not what I wanted to do. And that's also not what I wanted to do. What are you doing? Go away. Okay, that was ridiculous. And these are perch erasers? Okay. What I actually wanted to see was what their weight class was, but I guess I can probably just guess. You know what? Let's go with Tanuki Mario. I can't imagine that he's as heavy as Metal Mario.
Do the different characters actually have a effect on your racing?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, I thought it was purely cosmetic. That's interesting.
Okay, so we actually get to see this. And of course we don't have any of this stuff on. Speed. Generally I want something that has good handling. You know what, let's see if just changing the character will make enough of a difference for me to go forward. Okay, so let's actually go ahead with the Triforce track. Oh hey, look at all these. Maybe these were actually the new ones.
Oh, maybe.
Look at that. We've wasted our time. Let's just say that was a warm-up, okay?
Alright.
Okay. I'm like, what are all these silver things here in the top? And it's like, oh, obviously that's where you should have been playing this entire time. Okay. Paris Promenade. Yeah, these are totally new. So they've actually increased the number of tracks to double the amount that you originally had. You can play the new cups by purchasing. Wait a second, I do have that. What is... Wow. Did it just randomly lock me out of my own account? Hold on a second here.
That is pretty bizarre. Maybe Nintendo didn't like your suggestion from earlier.
You think that was the case?
Yeah, they were like, lock this guy out. He's too radical.
I was pretty sure that Toy-Con Booster Course Pass 48 courses will be added. Yeah, so this has already happened. Do I actually just need to opt in to get them? Is that the idea? What? I'm pretty sure I'm already part of the family plan. That is weird. Well, I'm not gonna do that right now. Maybe I'll check it out during the next break. Let's do one more cup and then I'll check out what's wrong here. Ailes is a radical, one can say, Ailes is a radical dreamer. I'm glad that you remember those very awesome streams. Once again, thank you very much for sitting through that material, Rio de Lobos. It was a text-heavy adventure with very little action. Yeah, I'm a bit of a radical dreamer. So let's just do it. See, I knew we should have tested this last night. I knew it. Okay, let's just go with the Triforce Cup. I don't think I've ever done this anyways. I'm so weirded out. I'm pretty sure I'm a member. I knew it.
Yeah.
And of course it had to come to light right as we are live to the Ales and Fails Nation.
Of course.
To the Ale Pack.
Yeah, I feel like some of the the microtransactions that occur in games nowadays can be kind of confusing. So, like you could be part of one plan, but then not be included in another section of the game. Yeah, pretty bizarre.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about transactions, and let's talk about loot boxes and season passes.
All right, how do you feel about loot boxes?
I don't like it.
Okay.
What about you?
I mean, I think they're fine as long as they are not they're not encouraging gambling. I think they're okay.
So how do you differentiate gambling versus non-gambling practices? And I'm asking because I don't know, not because I'm trying to be a devil's advocate.
Well, so I think, like, for instance, a good example of non-predatory, gambly type loot boxes would be something like in Magic the Gathering Arena or Hearthstone, where you have card packs. So those, whenever you open a card pack, you just add it to your collection, but it's not necessarily tradable. And so, cards, they have value to you, but they're not necessarily valuable to other people because you can't trade them. So, I think that's a way, because if you did have it where the cards were valuable to other people, then you can get into the dicey territory of, oh hey, I got this really expensive card by paying a lot of money, so let me let me sell it on eBay or something. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Well, I guess I see what you were saying. I don't understand how that wouldn't encourage somebody to just keep buying the thing until they get what they want.
I mean, that's true. That certainly could make somebody keep trying to pull it. But I mean, I guess at that point it would just depend on that person or their caretaker's, guidance or good sense to avoid it.
Wow. I really should have chosen somebody with slightly better traction, better handling.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I see what you mean. I feel like I don't have enough education to have an opinion on this matter, other than to say that, once again, I am very old. I wish that once you sold me a game, that was it.
Mm. Nice, I got first place.
Oh, come on. Okay, third. Third means second place loser. Okay, so that was good. Yeah, see, let's just chalk up that loss to me wondering why I couldn't get the extra tracks. I'm still in shock. I'm shaking right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Nintendo, why do you do this? Why do you do this on this special stream?
It was because I gave them that $1 million idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so the SNES Rainbow Road. There's gonna be a lot of me falling off course. Of course.
I think that's gonna be me as well.
Ah, there's so much color on the screen right now.
There is.
I think it was neat that they decided to do something different with this track, in the sense that it actually vibrates when the thwomps come crashing.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a fun way to do something that you thought was familiar, but give it a nice twist to it. Oh, come on. Well, I keep thinking that I'm going to just like bash into one of those guys. Honestly, I'm playing it as conservatively as I can so that I just don't randomly fall off.
Oh, look, blue shell. That's surprising.
Whoa, okay. Of course it had to happen.
Oh, I got knocked off. Well, not knocked off, knocked aside.
Ooh. Hairpin. Oh, come on.
Oh, this is going to be entertaining.
Probably the worst place to get the squid ink. No.
Oh, will I make it?
This is wild. Okay.
Oh,
Come on.
dry bones beat me.
Look at that. Got any cool or funny Mario Kart stories? I don't know. I think that really the fondest stories I have of playing any Mario Kart game come from Mario Kart 64 because it was the sort of thing where I used to. It is the one that I have the most memories of, and I guess thinking about Rainbow Road, really, the Rainbow Road for Mario Kart 64 was my favorite one. Not necessarily because I enjoyed playing it, but because of how you could mess with some of the falls and how you could like try to give yourself shortcuts. And I specifically remember just spending hours like on that, the first part of the track, just trying to fall in such a way that I would make it so that I would land to a later part of the course and see if it would register. I don't know that that's the greatest story because it just seems to me like I just wasted a lot of time, but yeah, that's kind of the first thing that pops in my head. And I feel like there was a lot of like N64 courses where you could just cheese the game with the geometry of certain things. Any stories yourself, John?
I don't know if I have any stories necessarily. I just have a funny memory of like one time when I think I came to visit you a while back. I think this was before the Ales era.
You mean the BAE?
Yes.
Yeah. BAE.
Yeah, I remember that I was hanging out with you and some of your friends and like your friend's significant other, and we were playing Mario Kart. And I remember that your friend's significant other didn't really like losing, and so whenever I like got first place or like passed him or used like a shell on him, he got really angry, and I was like, he's getting pretty angry at me.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I vaguely remember that. I only have this faintest. I've only got the foggiest idea of who you might be talking about. But it sounds like a pretty bad time.
I thought it was funny.
Okay. Wow. Sometimes people just like to see the world burn. How about you, Rio? Do you have any fun or cool Mario Kart stories? I feel like you must have asked because you have one yourself. And of course, if not, that's okay too. Ice Outpost. Just stepping back from a Mario Kart 8 track makes it seem so gigantic.
Yeah, I don't know.
They certainly put a lot of detail, even for the places that you'll never actually visit. There's this channel on YouTube that I follow called Boundary Break. And they take games and they put the camera in places where you wouldn't necessarily expect them. And their Mario Kart 8 episode is actually quite nice in the sense that they show you how much detail went outside the racing track itself. I specifically remember, like, I think there's a track where it's supposed to be taking place inside of a child's room, but if you like pull the camera all the way back, it shows the entirety of the room, which is actually quite cool.
That's pretty nifty.
I don't know where I'm going.
You and me both.
Oh, come on.
I guess
Great,
I'm kind of curious how they pull that off though, because I don't think that natively you can do like course exploration on like the Switch or maybe some of even the older consoles.
I feel like they probably dump the software on a computer,
Mm-hmm.
make it run, and then just like manually make it so that you can move the camera around.
Oh, that's
That would be my guess, but I'm not a computer programmer.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I believe that's more your territory.
Or is it?
Or is it? Who knows?
Remember, I am a man of mystery.
I'm MOM.
Yes, this is why for everybody who's tuning in, why I have my Joe Biden cosplay with the black mask and the black sunglasses.
That's what you were going for, Joe Biden, this entire time. I thought we weren't going to be political. I keep going to the wrong side of the track.
Well, whether you like him or not, at least he has a good sense of how to wear concealing face and eye wear.
Okay, so a sneak peek into John's Halloween costume.
Yes.
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden. Oh, crud.
Nice. Okay,
Hey,
so
you're the one that hit me with that shot.
solid third. I'm sorry, I know I've got to catch up on chat here. I'm just finished this race
Oh,
with
blue
dignity.
shells.
I cannot finish without dignity. Whoa. Oh, finally, I actually hit the right location. Imagine that. Yes! Look at that. Yes! An Ails and Fails classic. Okay, and so we were... Yeah, I have a few stories in memory, says Rio. Mainly of me getting screwed over by the bots. That happens to the best of us, Rio. Where I was in first place, but thanks to one item. Oh yeah, no, I know, they immediately turn it around. I drop all the way down to 6th place, and it wasn't the blue shell. Okay, Falco Forte. Yeah, emulation. It is probably very likely that channel uses emulation of some sort. So you're probably right. That's probably the thing that makes the most sense. But you know, again, I'm not a very computer savvy. That shell hit was clean. I like to think so. I sometimes feel like you know, where I like to say sometimes when I hit with my green shell, it's like, oh, I must have great aim. I'm sure that the computer, when you shoot your green shells, probably slightly nudges it in the right direction. That's just my feeling. I can't imagine that I've got, you know, great geometry. Great geometry wars. Okay. So, we're still at least in the top 3, which means that we still have a chance.
Yeah, I'm surprised I'm in first.
Oh man. I should have stretched before this. Okay, and the aptly named Hyrule Circuit. I forget which Zelda this actually came from. I'm assuming that it was Twilight Princess, but it could also just be a mishmash of Zelda.
Yeah, it seems like because of like the slightly gothic aesthetic.
And of course, in this track, we've got rupees instead of coins. Look at that. And I forget what happens if you go straight into the sword. You probably get hit or something like that. Oof. Some of these turns are just wild. Oh, come on. Ah! I was just about to overtake the dry bones and have the shell target. But it was not meant to be.
Oh wow. I threw a shell at Peach who had a bomb, so it just messed us up both.
Okay. Now I've got protection. What the? That guy came out of nowhere.
Aw, crud.
It's kind of funny how they switched up a few of the Mario Kart 8 things with like Zelda things. Like, obviously the coins are now rupees, but also instead of piranha plants, you've got Deku Babas. Oh, I need to hit somebody with this thing. There we go. I feel like I activated something, but I don't have time to explore what it was. What the?
Oh. This race is close. If only I stopped getting hit by stuff.
Got whoever. Ah, dry bones!
Oh.
Life isn't fair. I feel like I was just about to go into a Geico commercial. Okay, so Dry Bones is up first. So is that the last race, actually?
I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, as I like to say, it wouldn't be the Ails and Fails Twitch stream without fails. Okay. Well, so remember the not so great times, I guess.
Yes. I think the last two courses just messed me up because I actually got first place on the first two. I don't know, just too tricky.
The one shining example was the Isaac's outpost. Okay, and you know what, folks? At this point, we're going to take a quick break. We've been doing this for an hour. I'm going to go ahead and check to see what my subscription status is, but we'll be back in the next 5 minutes or so. Let me go back to intermission, or let me go back to actually be right back. I'm so happy in my mind. So we'll be back in about 5-6 minutes or so. Stay tuned if you like this sort of nonsense. Okay, and welcome back everyone to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream special episode featuring John, longtime friend of the stream, for the block we like to call Taproom Tales with John and Ales. And we are playing Mario Kart 8. One of the things that we realized mid-play was the fact that apparently my account was not part of the Nintendo membership, and so it denied me. I was denied, folks, of new tracks. But you know what? All I needed to do was sign into the thing, and then it just said, "Oh, actually, you are a member. Here you go. Here's the thing." So we finally got that sorted out. I think we're in the clear. Let's go ahead and test out some fun new tracks.
All right, this is gonna be exciting.
Okay. And you know what? Just for kicks, I'm gonna play with Baby Mario.
I will play with Inkling. This one.
Alright, are you a fan of the Splatoon games, John?
I haven't really played, but it looks like a fun series to get into. I'm sure lots of people like it.
Let's go with a City Tripper. This looks solid. It has pretty good handling and acceleration, very low weight. I might get bumped around a lot, but so be it.
How is it that you turn on that display of
You just press the plus.
plus? Oh, okay, nice.
Indeed, Rio, I clearly don't know what I should be doing with my life. Let's go ahead and start with the first one, Paris Promenade. Let's try to aim for like 2 cups at least,
Mm-hmm.
and then move on to the next thing. So have you ever been to Paris, John? Are you a fan of the city that never sleeps?
Well, I am a fan of some of the people from there, you know, like the famous JoJo's Bizarre Adventure character, Jean-Pierre Polnareff.
Okay, yeah. Historical figures.
Yeah.
Dropping names, John.
I haven't been, though, but it seems like it would be lovely to go.
Eat some baguettes.
Yes, eat some baguettes.
Some delicious French chocolate.
Yes.
Go to the ardent city of Champagne.
Mm-hmm. Maybe have some champagne in Champagne?
Perhaps have some champagne. With your croque monsieur.
Mm-hmm. Why, do you have any good France/Paris stories?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, now that you ask, I was once in France, and I was specifically in Paris.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I have any good stories, nothing that I could remember off the top of my head, other than the fact that there's a lot of good food there. Whereas, snotty as I was pretending to be just now, they do have pretty tasty stuff over there.
Mm-hmm.
Food is made with a lot of care, I feel. Or maybe that's just the stuff that I experienced. I will say that I was there on my birthday, which shall remain nameless.
Mm-hmm.
There will be no talk of my age in this stream.
Yes.
And we didn't really know where to go in order to like celebrate. So we had done like this thing where we visited a few places, but at the end of the night it was like, oh, let's get dinner to like celebrate your birthday. And honestly, we were just like, well, where should we go? We haven't really planned for anything.
Mm-hmm.
So we decided to go to this place in the city. And the only reason why we decided to go there as opposed to any other place is, number one, it was open because it was actually quite late.
Mm-hmm.
And then number two, they had like they served rabbit, which you know, I know that we are friends of rabbits here in this stream. We love our furry friends.
Yes.
We're
accepting of furries.
Yeah,
Yes.
we do accept furries, and so I hadn't tasted rabbit. I think maybe once before in my life, but I'm not quite sure. And so certainly not in my adult life. So I thought, oh hey, maybe I should just eat a dish with French rabbit, which I did, and it was fine. I don't know that it had like an iconic flavor or anything like that, but it was good.
I guess what standard meat did it most seem similar to?
Honestly, I'm not gonna respond with the classic chicken because it definitely didn't taste like that. It was more like a soft beef kind of thing.
Oh, interesting.
It was actually in a stew. Like it was this iconic dish. I forget what it's called, but it was like a rabbit stew. So it was like braised, and then it was put in, as part of this consomme type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, very delicious, very hearty. But I probably would have been just as happy going to a simpler sit-down place.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some pizza, some French pizza.
Maybe some burgers.
Maybe some burgers, French burgers, French fries.
Yes, French fries.
Okay. Okay. Rio says, I had the rabbit, but it wasn't the best. Where did you have it, and maybe under what context? Along with wild boar. Wow, were you out in the forest, Rio? Maybe just having some local fauna. I'm just kidding, of course. But that does sound interesting that you would have both. Napa Rose. Is that like a? Here's me showing my ignorance. Is that like a restaurant? Is that a location, a region? Let's move on to the next race. Oh man. Very high-end restaurant by Disneyland in California. Oh wow. Okay. That sounds familiar, to be honest. I've been to Disneyland before. Oh, big whoop! I've been to Disneyland. But yeah, that name sounds familiar. Hopefully it was enjoyable. You said it wasn't the best though. Would you be able to compare it to anything that you've had before? Because like I said, to me it kind of just tasted like, kind of pasty beef. It wasn't really that special or anything like that.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know what the wild boar tasted like, because I guess my first impression would be maybe pork.
Yeah, that's a good question. I feel like one of the things that people talk about when they are talking about anything like wild game or like stuff that doesn't necessarily come to the plate is like it tastes too gamey.
Mm-hmm.
And I always say, but I like that taste. I like the taste of gaminess. Maybe that's a terrible thing, but I kind of just enjoy it.
That's interesting. You're probably the first person I've heard say that.
Oh, come on. Okay. At least getting lightning prevented me from getting blue shelled. So he says it was. Not really, to be honest. The wild boar was a bit tough. More like beef. Oh, huh. Okay. Gamey is terrible, Ales. And see, this is exactly why nobody should listen to my taste opinions, let alone those on beer. Because clearly my palate is off. But yeah, like my significant other constantly hates anything that's gaming. And she would be like, how could you eat that stuff? I hate you. Why are we together? And I'm constantly like, well, just give it to me. I'll eat it. Look at this madness. Ah, these are not really homing fireballs.
Nice. First place.
Oh, come on. 7th? Lucky 7th. I have been cancelled, everyone. That is the end of the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. Good night and good luck. Look at that. Okay, so you're in 2nd place, I'm in 5th place. That is no good. That is no good. Speaking of like odd meats, so obviously the thing that people eat the most is like beef. When you're talking about eating meat, you're talking about muscle, which is generally what most people eat. Back as a kid, my parents used to give me, things like tripe, which is terrible. Things with like, the tendons and ligaments and things like that. And I always hated it. But one thing that I never hated and I quite enjoyed was liver. Do you like any off key pieces, John?
Well, I think liver is more like a what do you call it? It's more like a sometimes I feel like eating it, sometimes I don't. It's very odd. I think in terms of like liver food, I do like what's the name of the spread that they make out of like chicken liver?
Spread chicken.
No, that's not spread.
Pate.
Yes, pate. Yeah. So I like that on occasion because it's actually very tasty. And I think I've had beef liver before, which is also pretty tasty. So, yeah, it just depends on my mood. Yeah.
Okay, no fair. And Rio says alligator is delicious because it tastes like chicken. See, I can see that because chickens are dinosaurs and dinosaurs are alligators. Therefore, dinosaur eats chicken.
Well, that is flawless logic. I cannot debate with that.
Yeah, I like that. You want to try pate? So I only remember having it when I was a far younger person. And I think that the nice thing about it is that not only does it taste like meat spread, and how can you go wrong with meat spread? I think that it generally has some spices, which makes it nice.
That's true.
Yeah. So the Ales and Fails Twitch stream gives its official thumbs up to pate.
Yes, to pate. I mean, I think I've tried either alligator or crocodile before, like fried, and it was an odd experience because it almost tasted like chicken, but at the same time it also tasted like cod, like the fish cod. Yeah, it was an odd mouthfeel, but it was also good because it was like nice and fried. So yeah, it was interesting. Oh.
See, at the point where you actually mentioned a particular fish, you lost me because, once again, let's talk about Ales' poor palate. I find it very difficult to differentiate between different fish flavors, except for salmon. I know exactly what salmon tastes like, and I very much enjoy it. But every other fish, catfish, cod, others, they kind of just taste. Actually, tuna. Let me take that back. Tuna, I can't tell what tuna tastes like, but that's generally because of the context under which it is served.
Yes. That is pretty interesting because, I mean, to me, I feel like different fish have different flavors, whereas, you know, most of the time, like tilapia, which is some of the cheaper fish, doesn't really have that much of a flavor to me, so it's great for frying. But stuff like cod, it's like slightly creamy, it has like a slight aroma to it. So, yeah, I guess that's interesting that you don't detect the flavors of the fish.
I was born with limited faculties. I put all my points on my character sheet to drinking beer.
Well, I guess that helps out your stream.
Yeah, it's too bad that I only discovered that fact very late in life. All right. That's a clean shot.
Oof.
Is this like the old Mario Kart 64 chocolate track? It's probably not because I think it's one of the more modern tracks. It's that Choco Mountain, but maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not sure anymore. No, wait. I do remember this pass though. Oh, come on. Why do you hate babies? Nice. Oh, come on. Eel is delicious. I completely agree, actually. Every time I go to a Japanese restaurant and I will have like a donburi, which is like a rice bowl. 100% of the time I will choose the unagi bowl.
Yes.
I'm glad that you confirmed my choice. Yeah, eel is it's actually quite toothsome, and it has a very distinct flavor. And I feel like I almost put it in a separate category to fish. It doesn't feel like a fish to me. And albacore is also good. I have no idea what albacore is. I've seen it in cans.
Yeah, I think albacore, isn't that a type of tuna? I don't know. I'm speaking out of my bum here.
Okay. Well, let's go with the next race.
Shellfish. Interesting.
Do you have a favorite shellfish? A favorite fish with a shell?
Favorite shellfish.
The chambered nautilus.
No. Probably lobster. Lobster's.
Okay, well, of course you have to go with the most expensive thing. You're like, oh yeah, I love Wagyu beef. I love Kobe. I love caviar.
I do like caviar.
Just the finer things in life.
Yes.
My favorite shellfish has got to be scallops. Scallops. They are so chewy and wonderful. I haven't had a bad scallop yet.
Are those the ones that you eat raw, typically?
No. Those aren't. You generally cook them in some way. You either grill them or you fry them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you can grind them up and they would taste wonderful too. But yeah, scallops are delightful. And I feel like I've only noticed that in my older age. My significant other introduced me to having scallops more often. But of course, I'll say that I really enjoy shrimp. Shrimp is always good. It's always a good time. In fact, I happen to know how to make a fairly mean, and I don't use that term lightly, a fairly mean shrimp egg scramble with hefty amounts of shrimp. It's actually quite good. That's wonderful. You can just eat it by itself, to be perfectly honest with you. Your mileage may vary. Okay, so I do believe this was a double dash track actually.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was the mall stage. I forget what it's called. Scallops. So you also enjoyed scallops, Rio. That's good to know. Team Scallop for the win. Share the recipe on Twitter. Yeah, I can put up a recipe. Speaking of recipes, and now here's old Ales going on a rant. But indulge me for a second here. I am not a good cook. Period. There's no qualifier there. I'm just not very good. And it's probably because I haven't had too much experience with it. So one of the things that I do, as most people do, is I'll go online and I'll look for recipes. Which is great, you get to try out new things that you haven't had before and there's a step-by-step instruction. But what I find incredibly annoying, and I'm sure you've heard this story a million times, is just the fact that every time you go to one of these websites that has a recipe, the person has to spend 80% of the page talking about their life story and when they used this recipe and how they found it and something about their grandma giving it to them when they were kids and how it goes great at I don't know, parent-teacher conferences or something.
Yes. They go on a whole exposition.
And then it's like at the 80% mark of the page where you actually have this tiny list where it shows you the ingredient list and the recipes.
Yes.
And I'm like, why do you do this? Why don't you understand that this is... Nobody's reading that top part. Nope.
I mean, somebody has to be reading
somebody
that.
might be reading it. Yeah.
I feel like maybe that's their demographic, people who want recipes but also want a little bit of a life story. I feel like another reason why they do it is because if the page is longer, you can also front load more ads maybe.
Yeah, and that's the other thing about recipe web pages. They are just come pre-baked with ads. It's a little frustrating.
Yeah.
Rio says he hates cooking. Rio says they hate cooking. It's not something that is innate, and I feel like if you don't need to know how to cook, then that's absolutely fine. You don't need to learn how to do it, and it's pretty difficult, to be honest with you. You really need to have a good sense of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so we made it to the results.
All right, curious who won this one.
My agony is over. I'm more of a cleaner. No, that's nice. I feel like, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not, I do my fair share of chores, but I do, even though I hate using the time to do it, there can be something cathartic about really putting the time to clean something and cleaning it to your satisfaction. I remember specifically as a kid, I used to not let anybody else vacuum clean because I thought that I was the best at it. Otherwise, it would just be subpar. Well, that's 5th place. This is just sad.
Yeah, at least I placed above at third place.
Okay, I need to change drivers. Maybe somebody babier. Maybe I made a mistake by choosing a bike.
Who's more baby than Baby Mario?
Alright. See, why isn't there a baby Metal Mario?
That's a good question. Let's pick King Boo.
Let's go with Toad. Ever since that Super Mario Advance 2, they really made Toad's voice so, I don't know how you describe that quality, like...
Raspy?
Like, rah! Good traction. So like I said, I want something with good handling.
You know, speaking about the previous games, one of the things that I was gonna mention is that I do kind of miss like the after you finish the cup, there used to be like a fanfare, a cinematic where like they showed the racers, I think, and then like it showed like each racer on top of like a little podium where it showed like third, first, second, and first. Am I remembering that correctly from like Mario Kart 64?
I think you're right. I think that was a thing that they used to do.
I mean, I like the montage reel, but at the same time, I also kind of like the little ceremony that they had at the end.
GLA tires, Triforce tires, ancient tires. This might be good. I feel like once you choose your driver and your vehicle, everything else makes very little difference. Whatever, standard is fine. And these things make even less of a difference, I feel. Okay. Let's go back to the clouds. I like the clouds. No, actually, rainbow power is good. Lies, ales. There is a difference. Well, once again, I'm very unrefined when I make my decisions. Clearly, I'm looking at the numbers go up and down, and I'm refusing to acknowledge that there is a difference. All right, what's a good cup? We don't need to go in sequence, to be perfectly honest. What looks good here? Sydney Sprint. I know that some of these are actually taken from the Mario Kart mobile game, which is kind of interesting. I've never played that game though. Unofficial connoisseur ales. That's the badge I need to wear. I feel like I should print that on a shirt and just go out there and start giving people my opinions. Okay, so these are still yet to be released.
I thought it was interesting that in the Cherry Cup, I think they have a Los Angeles lapse. So I guess is Mario now taking place in the real world?
Okay, so let's do that. And you are right now admitting that you are a connoisseur of LA. What are the hot spots? Orange County, the Chinese Theater, Hollywood Walk.
I don't think I've ever been. I only know about Hollywood because that's where all the movies come from.
Right, and you told me that you were planning on a trip to Disney World, going to the Hollywood studios.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like a large part of your knowledge of LA, which you tout constantly, comes from your time in Disney Hollywood studios?
Well, since I'm visiting it for maybe the second time in my life, I don't think I'm that knowledgeable about Disney Hollywood studios. I'm actually having a little bit of trouble understanding the connection here.
See, I think that when it comes down to it, rather than go to Hollywood studios, you should have gone to Epcot.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's the argument that we've been having since you came over to visit. Why aren't you visiting Epcot?
Mm-hmm. Yes. There's been a heated discussion in the break room.
There was a fight.
Yes. We had to get the producer of the show to break up the fight.
Okay. So I have no idea if this is anything like LA, but at the very least, it very much looks like a city in California.
Mm-hmm.
What? There is a baseball game?
Yeah, it's like a stadium.
That's impressive.
I guess it makes sense that they're starting to do like real world themed places because of Super Mario Odyssey, right?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say because they ran out of magical places. To
Oh,
go. They just went through the entire Mushroom Kingdom and they ran out.
yeah, they're just creatively bankrupt at this point. Miyamoto.
It's like he just starts cribbing ideas from like the real world.
Well, but no, I think that it is because of Super Mario Odyssey, because I think that one actually takes place in a real city, right?
I believe there is a world called New Donk City that is supposed to be like the real world. I don't know if I'm sure that it is supposed to be like New York or something like that, or at the very least represent New York.
Mm-hmm. I see. Have you played Super Mario Odyssey yet?
To be perfectly honest with you, I played it when I first bought it, and I may have gone through the first map, but that was it. I didn't keep playing it, and not because it wasn't a fun game, but maybe because I was in the middle of another campaign. So that's just kind of my issue with like playing newer games. I would like to play them, and but they always just catch me when I'm in the middle of something. And of course, if you know anything of my gaming habits, I take a very long time playing like single campaigns.
Is that a game that you're planning to revisit though at some point?
I think so. I think that might be streamable, and I'm sure that it wouldn't take too long. Of course, knowing me, it might take very long. Okay. Oh, wow. The Sunset Wilds.
Does this game still give you the speed boost if you time up your acceleration properly?
What do you mean?
Like at the start of the match, if you hit your accelerate button at the right time before the timer goes off, does it still give you a little boost?
I believe it is the case that if you hit the accelerator between the second and the third light, it'll actually give you that boost. But there is specific timing to it.
I see. Yeah, I've been trying to do it, but I don't think I've gotten it yet.
Alright. I already like this track because it seems fairly straightforward. It's the luxury in life to have a straightforward track. Give me a Luigi Raceway, why don't you? Oh, come on. What the... I'm assuming that this is probably from the Super Nintendo game because the edges are just have those like rainbow colored barriers. Okay, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm pretty happy that I'm a steady number 4 right now. Of course, I'm about to jinx myself, but you know what? Oh, come on, I've hit that guy 3 times. 3 times. If Ails is anything, he is consistent. Yes!
Oh, crud.
Look at that. Look at that. See?
Hmm.
What goes around comes around. As said by, what is it, In Sync?
In sync.
Get good. See, Rio has the right mindset. He, very, very, very wise words right there. Actually, maybe I didn't actually ask you, but have you gotten far in the Mario Kart 8 game, Rio? You seem to have a hidden knowledge there, legendary knowledge, perhaps. This was to you, Ailes. No, I get it. I get it. I knew where that was. I was just trying to deflect. I'm almost out, which means it's the next one. I know much of Mario Kart. Well, do tell. Who's your favorite type of driver? Okay. And Glutenberg's over. Shy Guy. Is it just weight class? And I'm assuming you like the Shy Guy character. Recently. I don't play Shy Guy very often, and this is gonna sound stupid, I often think about playing as him, and the only reason for that is simply because, Shy Guy is, in my head, tied very dearly to my favorite 2D Mario game, and that being Super Mario Brothers 2, which I streamed a very long time ago, back when nobody was watching. Even before the bots were watching, I was playing Super Mario Brothers 2. Yeah, and so for whatever reason, it's kind of just Shy Guy is kind of a nostalgic character for me.
Did Shy Guy actually originate from Super Mario 2, or?
Yeah, that's their first appearance.
Oh.
And did you know that Super Mario Brothers 2 was actually Doki Doki?
Oh yes. That is a good factoid.
I wanted to drop some knowledge bombs there.
I did in fact know because I did watch that episode of Game Center GX, which is that legendary old Japanese show.
Oh, okay. Is that show still running?
I don't think so, but maybe if it is, I doubt it's with the same host.
Why? Did he move on to bigger and better things?
Well, that host was pretty, I would say, pretty middle-aged at the time of the recording, and I think by this point he would probably be an older man. So I don't think he'd still be doing it.
You're like, he wouldn't keep up with the kids.
Well, maybe he could, but
he's not playing any Roblox. Is that what you're saying?
I feel like if I was him and I did that and I was already at my senior old age, I would probably just want to retire.
Speaking of retirements, what is it called? They didn't not Reggie. I was about to say Reggie retired, but he retired a long time ago. The voice of Mario actually retired recently.
Oh yes.
What is it? Charles Martinet.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of sad, but I'm sure at some point that doing that voice probably just wore on him.
Yeah. He did appear in the Super Mario Brothers movie though, as a cameo.
Wasn't he like the father?
Yeah, I think so.
He was like the father figure in the Mario movie.
Uh-huh. So that was fun. Did you finish watching that movie, by the way?
Yes, I did.
Oh, nice.
It was... I liked it, but it was... I mean... I liked it.
Give your fails.
I liked it. It was a good movie, but it just... I felt like you could do a bit more with that world. And I also feel like just the pacing was frenetic. Mm-hmm. Like it just kept changing from scene to scene to scene to scene. Mm-hmm. And maybe it was good in the sense that it kept my attention, but at the same time, sometimes I just like a bit of a slower burn on my animation. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Do you feel like it could have been better as a TV show, maybe? Like a short run TV show?
That's not the first thing that I think about. I feel like if they had just not decided to cram every single reference to the movie, maybe they might have had a slightly more coherent, solid story. But again, it was entertaining. I'm not gonna fault it for that. It was just, to my taste, it could have had slightly slower pacing. Okay, and Rio says, yes, Shy Guy is in Super Mario 2. The Sony CEO is retiring. I thought I heard that like yesterday or the day before on Twitter. I wonder how that's gonna shake things up. I love the references. I think Zelda will be slower and more story driven. So actually, have they announced a Zelda movie? Do you know anything about that?
Oh, I don't, but that does sound interesting.
They're thinking of doing Zelda. It would be, I would very much enjoy something that's like, I think at this point with things like The Lord of the Rings, maybe even Game of Thrones, you could probably come up with like a Zelda that is like an epic fantasy type of thing. That would be neat. Maybe. Who knows? The Legend of Zelda, dark tale of like politics and kingdoms and goblins.
I mean, I'd just be curious how they handle Link, because Link has been, for the most part, a silent protagonist. So it'd be interesting to see who they cast his voice as, because I'm pretty sure they're not going to make him voiceless.
You don't think he's just going to go, huh?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Oh yeah, I want it to be good and long for Zelda. Yeah, I don't disagree with that idea. I think that they could do something powerful like that. I would be very interested to see what something like that looks like. And don't get me wrong, even if it's just like a little simple basic story where they just do like Zelda things and it's dangerous to go out there, I would probably still watch it, but I feel like they could do so much more with that property. Oh, come on. Well, it seems like I actually got somebody. Imagine that. And of course I hit a wall immediately after that. Ah, man.
I remember a lot of people having a conniption over when they decided the voice of Mario was going to be Chris Pratt. So it'd be funny if, like, it's like the voice of Link is going to be Paul Rudd or something like that.
You just decided to choose another MCU character. Is that what happened there?
Yeah.
Chris Pratt.
I mean, I think it would just be funny because, they just did it, and I think it's funny because they also hyped up Chris Pratt's voice as like a perfect Mario, which I will say he did a good job, but it certainly wasn't like Charles Martinet Mario, which is understandable, but at the same time, you know, it's just kind of funny.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I didn't have any particular issues with his voice other than the notion that maybe it didn't really sound like Mario to me. It was okay, it was passable, but not what I think about when I think about Mario. Which is funny because I even think about like the old Super Mario Brothers cartoon as like, that sounds to me like a Mario voice even though it's clearly not. But even that seems a little more fitting than whatever Chris Pratt was doing. Which again is a perfectly fine voice.
But I will say that I think Seth Rogen, Donkey Kong was a pretty spot on pick.
Yeah, that was solid. I like that.
Oh no, blue shell. Or not?
Nice. Ooh! Boom.
Right behind you.
Okay, everyone. Okay, let's see. Seth Rogen is such a party pooper. Really? Why is that? When the premiere for the movie happened, everyone dressed adjacent except for Seth. He's the most simple one too. Brown suit, red tie. That's all he had to do. You know what? That sounds like a very simple ask. Why did you break formation, Seth? Let's okay, let's get him on the line. Can you dial?
Yes, I have him on speed
Alexa, dial Seth Rogen.
I texted him. We'll see if he responds.
Nice. Okay.
Yes.
Alright, so this is the end of the second cup. Do you want to do another cup, or do you want to...
I think now would be a good time to...
Okay, so let's see the results here.
Mhm.
Clearly, this was not the keenest of results in my opinion. But I guess I'll take it. It was my first shot.
Yes.
I was, a little worn. I feel like I need to just
Get
delve
into
back
it.
in,
Uh-huh.
and yeah, I feel like I almost was taken advantage of.
Even though this is your stream.
Okay. He could have just worn a red tie. No, that would have been solid. I like that. Maybe I should get a red tie on his behalf.
That's true.
Still sore about it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That would have been an excellent picture opportunity. Okay, so I did win second place, but still not good enough. Okay, so we're gonna take a quick break here. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and I'll get started on Mortal Kombat. Maybe warm up the old digits.
Yep.
But yeah, we'll be back in 5-6 minutes or so. John might be back a little bit later than that, and then we'll do some fun versus Mortal Kombat 1 gameplay. How about that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, let's pick a good Be Right Back song. Let's go with, let's go with Dreamin'. So we'll be right back, folks. See you on the other side. and welcome back to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. I'm your host, Alewolf, otherwise known as Ales, gentleman's dreamer, the no-throne cicerone, the least interesting man in the world. And welcome back to the stream. This is a tiny block we're calling Taproom Tales with John and Ales, because friend of the stream, John, is actually joining us. Unfortunately, he had to step away to have some lunch, which is totally understandable, but that's okay. While he's doing that, we're going to continue doing our thing, and we're actually going to move forward with playing our next game. As you might imagine, as you're probably seeing on my display there, we're playing Mortal Kombat 1. Hey, Falco Forte, how dare he have lunch? Yeah, exactly. When we were talking about doing this quote-unquote 6-hour stream, I was telling him, okay, at some point you probably should take a break and eat something. And then he asked me, wait, aren't you gonna eat anything? And I said, no, I don't eat on Thursdays. To which he was just a little bit surprised. I can't imagine why you would decide to, step away from a stream and decide to complete biological functions. But you know what, your mileage may vary, I suppose. But yeah, this is actually the first time that I will be playing Mortal Kombat 1. In terms of my gaming history of Mortal Kombat, I played the original, or at least I saw it in arcade versions. I owned the second one, Mortal Kombat 2, for the Super Nintendo. And then I played Mortal Kombat 3. I was very poor at it. And then off and on, I played like Mortal Kombat 4 for the N64, which was a fun time. Played Mortal Kombat Trilogy. After that, to be perfectly honest, my gaming with Mortal Kombat was spotty. I want to say I jumped back into the first remake, which was, I think, Mortal Kombat 7. I think it was Mortal Kombat 7, where they took aspects of the... I feel like they took aspects of the first movie and they decided to implement it into like the story of Mortal Kombat, which was a lot of fun. I felt like they made Johnny Cage quite a funny character in that one. And then after playing Mortal Kombat 7, I actually haven't played any Mortal Kombat since then. So, if you will allow me, I'm going to do very poorly, and I'm claiming it right now. I refuse to play well. Let's see. Ales is showing his superiority by not eating lunch. That's certainly one way to read it. I like that. An absolute Chad. Maybe so. I feel like that's not the first time that's been said. But the less said about that, the better. I don't know if that's towards me or Ales, but I'll take it. Oh, what was... The game just started talking. Let me actually go ahead and lower the volume on it. Okay. So, after that incredibly coherent discussion, let's go ahead and talk about what's on Tapped. Because it wouldn't be the Ales and Fails Twitch stream without more Ales, and lo and behold, we actually don't have an Ales today. This is Einstock Arctic Lager, and Einstock is a brewery from Iceland. I don't think you can really see that very well. Unfortunately, the light is way too bright, but there's like this polygonal Viking right there, and yeah. So this is an Arctic Lager. Now, I don't know what the deal with Arctic, what exactly does being an Arctic lager necessarily suggest, other than the fact that it was made in the north, and I'm assuming that because this is an Icelandic beer that it was made in Iceland. But I can talk about what a lager is. So generally what I drink on stream are ales, and ales are delicious, and ales are tasty, they're complex, and they're robust. But they are only, I want to say, 60% of all beer out there. 40% is lagers, and you encounter them very frequently, very commercially available. You see things like light lagers, things like Budweiser and Coors and whatever. Those are bad examples, but those are lagers. The difference between ales and lagers is generally largely dependent on the fermentation process. Whereas ales use top fermenting yeast, meaning that the yeast rises to the top, lagers actually have yeast that rise to the bottom. And the interesting about that is that it gives the beer a slightly different body composition, whereas ales tend to be thicker, and I feel, in my mind, nobody's actually said this, but I feel like in my mind, because the yeast is in the top, whatever products that they're dispensing into the brew actually make it to the body of the beer. Because the yeast is already at the bottom of the vat, it actually leaves a very clean sort of beverage at the top, and that's quite iconic of lagers. Really, it's a little bit like I want to say like a white wine in terms of body composition. Again, very crisp, very solid bubbling. There's lots of lagers out there. There's definitely pale lagers, which like to characterize their hop content to it. There's Kolsch beers, which are German. I think they're generally from the city of Cologne. And the thing about them is that they've almost got like this fruit aspect to them without actually being fruity. Of course, there's things such as fruit lagers, and if you're so inclined to have something that tastes oddly like fruit but also a lager, please try them. They're not necessarily my cup of tea. Let me catch up on chat here. First time seeing Mortal Kombat 1, actually. Good. Sadly can't see the beer can well at all. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's because of this ring light. It's actually quite powerful. But let's go ahead and see what Untapped has to say on the matter. Untapped being the end-all be-all connoisseur of beer. Arctic Lager. Okay. So, let's go to here. So it's a solid 4.7 alcohol by volume, and it actually has no international bittering unit, so it can't be that bitter. Iceland's magnificent glaciers draw curious legions from around the world. You can taste the majesty in every sip of Arctic Lager. Brewed with Munich and Pilsner malts and dry hop with Citra and Cryo Citra hops, our Arctic Lager delivers a full hop-forward aroma with medium body and a crisp, refreshing taste. The clean, crisp taste will quench your Viking thirst. Naturally sessionable and reminiscent of an IPA, the subtle flavors of citrus are balanced by a hoppy lager smoothness. So I think it's interesting in terms of their choice of hops. Whenever you see something like Citra, of course, the first thing that you think about is citrus. And generally, when I see the Citra hop, we're talking about things like pale ales, specifically IPAs that want to showcase some of that citrusness alongside their hoppiness. So I don't know that I have too many citrus flavored lagers, but so this will be a good experience. It shows here that I've only had it once before. That's me. Enough of me talking. Let's actually go ahead and taste this thing. Oh, and this was a terrible pour. Always tilt your glass whenever you're pouring beer, folks. Don't be like me. Also, don't wear goggles while you're pouring beer. It doesn't really help the situation. So very clean. You can actually see quite well through it. It has very tiny bubbles and a nice crisp head. In terms of a scent, there's a good sense of malt there. It's almost like, to be perfectly honest with you, it's like a little bit like a freshly made French bread, which is actually quite interesting. Yeah, and some very, very light citrus, maybe like a lime edge to it. Fingernail. So again, quite bready. I think just the fact that it uses some of the noble malts, I want to call Munich and Pilsner malts, originating from Germany, but also adding some of those hops actually gives it a very unique taste. I feel like generally when you're having like a lager or a Pilsner from the German region, they're actually quite, I like to say, steely. Unfortunately, my significant other doesn't like it when I use that adjective, but it does mean good consistency to me and good hop character. This one is a little bit less like that. It has like a roundabout taste because of the bittering notes, which again tend to edge a little bit more on the citrus side of things. And of course, when I suggest that something rounds out, it simply means that it has a rise and a fall as opposed to a completely consistent taste. Neither of which things are actually bad. Yeah, kind of just A little bit zesty, very thirst quenching, and yeah, good taste of malt. So I quite enjoy it. This is actually quite solid. And to be perfectly honest with you, I don't speak too much of just straight up lagers. I'm glad that I found this guy. Let me go ahead and rate this. 3 sounds about right. Yeah, 3 is fine. And let me go ahead and update my ticker just in case anybody wants to know, hey, what exactly is Ales drinking right now? I tuned in midway through this stream, and I have no idea what he's drinking. I have to know, but I refuse to ask him. Okay, and I think that does it. Let's go ahead and move this away, and let's get into the game. So like I said, this is the first time that I'm actually booting up the game. Oh, actually, before I forget, let me change the stream info on this. Okay, so hopefully that changes in just a minute.
Whether you like to enable screen, disable, lift and select, up and down, navigate.
I think I'm fine without it. Yes, I accept. Sure. Continue with a K. Adjust the brightness until the left icon is barely visible. I think that's about right. Maybe that's a bit loud.
Having liberated the Arbus and become keeper of time, my next task was to restart history.
Not that hard.
Not beholden to past events. I was free to craft a new era. It was with humility and restraint that I approached this blank canvas. After careful preparation, I began work, painting over the darkness.
Very much like Bob Ross.
Past, I sketched out the realms. After eons more, I brushed them in with life. In my new era, all beings will have the opportunity to find peace. Whether or not they do, will be their responsibility. For my power only permits me to begin this endeavor. It is the duty of mortals to finish it.
Rating couldn't finish the job. Wow, this is quite loud. Let me do this. Text, speeches, okay. I don't think I need that, but thank you. Seasonal cosmetics. And anybody watching, let me know if the sound is unbearable in any sort of way. Learns. I could use a small tutorial, I guess. Basics. Please don't make me play as Luke, I beg you. Welcome to Mortal Kombat 1. Let's go over the basics. Thank goodness for giving me Sub-Zero. He actually happens to be my favorite character from the franchise. hold. So I happen to be using a fight controller. The movement is laggy. I wonder why that is. Yeah, I am kind of just seeing it. I wonder if I need to change my maybe I need to change my graphical settings. Maybe it's too much on my computer. I'm gonna change it to low quality. Oh, here we go. Very high. Let's go with low. Okay, so hopefully that makes things a little bit better. We'll see in a few minutes, I guess. And if not, very much apologize. Did I? Okay. Yes, yeah, okay. It's like riding a bike. Ah, there we go. So jump up. Familiarize with basic attacks. Front kick. Okay. Imagine that I did it. Hit with ducking attacks. To view a demo of the required task, I think I'm fine. Easy enough. Oh, nice. And then some more attacks. Connecting to the servers, of course. Yes, coins. But they are not creme coins. Okay, blocking is your most basic defensive technique, significantly reducing the damage. Just a second here. Oh, wonderful. Oh, it was this. Okay, low attacks, target. You know what? I think we got the gist. I think we know how to play. Maybe I should have signed up for like the higher end techniques. Maybe I can actually search for that. Move list, skip task, restart controls, tutorial hub. I feel like it's gonna take me through every single punch and kick before I can actually do stuff. Some of the more funner things. No, please, no frame data. Pressure, get up a fence. Yeah, you know what? Let's just go ahead and play. We will learn along the way. Medium is fine. Oh, did it just randomly stop?
My friends, your patience is about to be rewarded. For I have saved the best for last. I have recently discovered a cure-all of unrivaled potency. It will soon be on the shelves in every home of Outworld. This elixir is crafted from an ancient recipe. It has Patreon flowers, Margovian nectar, outer teeth of an Arctican dragon. All this and more, infused with powerful Licorian magic.
That sounds like the good stuff.
There is a village in the next canton over, where everyone has purchased this miracle cure. Overnight, all diseases, even Tarkot, have disappeared. Now, magic this potent is expensive. And I am sure you're asking yourselves, can I afford it?
No, you can't.
But the true question you must ask is, can I afford to be without it?
You lie, Shang Tsung. Your cures are useless.
Snake oil salesman. Yeah, that kind of sounded like it. He had one too many ingredients on the list, you know?
I'm sorry. You are.
Someone fool enough to have believed you. My daughter was dying when you came to my farm. You promised a miracle, and I gave you all I had. But only days later, she was dead.
That is impossible. My magic could not have failed her.
There was no magic! I took your elixir to an Imperial mage, and you know what she said?
This is homeopathic medicine, that's what he said.
It's nothing! Just bourgeois tea!
That's just like homeopathic medicine.
Sir. My elixirs are of superior quality. Their efficacy is guaranteed.
Oh no, never have we seen Shang Tsung fall so low. Kinda sad, I guess. Oh, wait a second.
It is an excellent ruse, your disguise. Backwater folk are far more likely to trust a kindly old man.
Here on behalf of a dissatisfied customer. If it's revenge you want, have at it.
You know, now that I've seen him as an old man talking, that voice doesn't seem to belong to him.
What I want, Shang Tsung, is to elevate you, to make you the great sorcerer that now you can only pretend to be.
A generous offer. Why me?
You are uniquely resilient. Who else could eke out a living traveling Outworld's hinterlands, selling quack cures and fake magic?
Who else?
A living. It is barely survival.
And you were meant for more. To live among kings, not peasants. But since before you were born, you have been conspired against.
Oh no, somebody was
by
tricking
those
Shang
who
Tsung.
fear how formidable you could become.
How do you know this? Who are you?
I am your deliverer, Shang Tsung. Join me, and I will put the realms at your feet.
It was the greed that got him. But what got him was the greed. Kung Lao.
This is a good harvest, Kung Lao.
Yes. It is a blessing, Raiden.
You would rather we starve?
No, of course not. But we've worked these fields since we were kids. In 40 years, we'll still be here. Stooped and feeble like old man Wei.
As long as I've known you, you've dreamed of leaving things young. Why can't you be happy here?
Our
Because
ancestors fought
I
great
want
wars. They died
more.
with honor and glory. Stories of our great adventures will be passed down for generations.
It may not be glorious, but what we do helps the village thrive.
I know. But is it so wrong to want some excitement?
If that's what you want, may I suggest a bet? Dinner at Madame Beau's tonight. Last to fill their cart pays.
You work faster than me? Ha! Since when? You're on, Raiden.
So I guess in this reality, Raiden is just a regular person. I believe that that's what I heard from people talking about how this story unfolds. So it's like the past, but they've got some electricity and things like that.
That is amazing.
I'm starving. I wonder what Madame Beau is making tonight.
For you two, whatever you want.
Thank
How
you,
about a
Madame Beau.
nice
You
deep
spoil
dish
us.
pizza?
Like the sons I never had.
Yeah, and Liu Kang is a fire god. You know, I think that's what I got from like the poster art. Like he's holding flames, and I think he's the one that has
Have you
powers
two been
now, as opposed to
practicing my
Raiden.
lessons?
As we can. The harvest leaves us little time for martial arts.
Since your first words, Kung Lao, you've mouthed nothing but excuses. If you fail to prepare,
Your preparations will fail you.
good. You haven't forgotten. But we'll see if I make you anything special tonight.
I'm glad you're paying. Madame Beau might just pad the bill with her anger.
I am paying. You finished work last.
But I delivered my cart first.
Delivered? Huh. The bet was filled.
That's not what I remember.
So that's how it is, eh? What do you say we settle this man to man?
Ah, the real way to settle things.
Wait, you mean fight?
Yes. Right
It's
here,
like fight?
right now.
In a Mortal
Madame
Kombat
Beau can
game,
watch.
you must be
Keep
mad.
on form.
Best 2 out of 3?
Fair enough.
We must be
The old
careful.
fisticuffs indeed.
Madame Beau will kick us out if we break something.
So why are we fighting in here?
This won't last long enough for that to happen. You will be down in no time. Fight!
Okay, who am I? Oh, I think I'm Kung Lao. Okay, clearly medium was the wrong difficulty to choose. I need to look up a move list. Wow, this guy just cleaning the floor with me. Oh, but everyone fails to the mighty uppercut. Alright, and this is my official retirement for Mortal Kombat 1. Ah, come on. That guy's just like drinking, watching us. I wish I was doing that. Ooh, nice. Look at that. Now I'm gonna spam it. Okay.
Haven't beaten me yet.
The day's coming, Kung Lao.
Keep telling yourself.
It's like, yeah, Kung Lao, one day I will get you. Let's go.
You were hungry.
Oh,
Everything was delicious, Madame Bo.
Thank you, Raiden. You boys are always a pleasure to cook for.
Madame
Okay.
Bo, the Lin Kuei await your answer.
Seems like
I
these
have
guys
been
mean
busy
business.
smoke.
The Lin Kuei? Who are they?
don't know, but I don't like where this is going.
What do we do?
Stay ready.
Madame Bo, it is a simple choice. Pay for our protection, or risk harm to this fine establishment.
Oh, I guess they're like the
You'll get
mafia.
Nothing from me.
That, Madame Bo, is unfortunate.
That's right, let's go ahead and... Wow. Can I play as her? Okay, that's not what you want to see. Ah. I live up to my name. Scorpion and Sub-Zero are brothers now. I also heard that that's the case. It's definitely going to put an interesting dynamic between those guys.
You two are brave, but against us, you are in over your head.
But brave.
We don't care who you are or who you are with. You will not menace Madame Bo. Fight.
Ooh, nice. Nice. I forget, is Kung Lao like a charge character? Are charge characters a thing in Mortal Kombat? Nice.
You picked the wrong person to extort, ruffian.
Oof. Dang. Totally blocked me there. Okay. Got tense for that. For that very simple match. I don't think charge characters are a thing. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
This was you?
Honestly, I'm surprised too.
Come on, let's help Madame Bo.
That's right. Okay, so that's Price of Zero. Oh, and Scorpion. It's like, hey, wait a second, that's not normal. I hope she's okay. She put a pretty good fight for a old elderly lady.
Face our wrath.
Abandon Madame Bo. Not
Perish the thought. Ah, he said it. He said it.
want more? I have plenty.
You should have fled when you could.
Okay, here we go.
Facing the Lin Kuei. Fight.
Okay. Oh, nice. You actually have like a, what is it, cameo or something. Okay, not too bad.
I'm not regretting this yet.
Not yet, anyways. Oh, come on, guy. Jeez, okay. Clearly he was taking it easy. Who can play it? Oh, come on. This guy can just endlessly juggle you with the... That's crazy. A little bit. I don't know how I did that, but... Nice. What is... Okay. And there goes my entire step. How can we keep fighting, actually? That is wild. Okay. Well, that is the end of that. Well, I guess that is the end of the storyline. Let's see if we can do anything else. Let's go back to the main menu. I guess, John, you're ready to jump back into the fray?
Yeah, let me just finish donning on my...
Your very elaborate costume?
Yes.
Okay. So, we'll go back to the story at some point. John is back on stream, which means let's do some verses. That is the end of the story. Indeed, it is the end of the story. Unfortunately, the Link Way took over Madame Bo's tea house, and yeah, Outworld wins for now. All right, so yeah, let's try the versus mode.
How far in did you get in the story?
Honestly, that was just the second fight. I didn't actually get to do too much.
Oh.
And it seems like some characters are unlocked. But let's try Sub-Zero.
Let's see.
I think it's interesting that he's not wearing like his standard like hood thing.
Let's see. Who do I pick? I think that Liu Kang's redesign in this game is pretty cool. Wait, did I back us out accidentally? I guess I did.
Were you just concerned about playing this game? Is that what happened?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay, hold on a second. Oh, there it goes. Is your controller active? Okay.
Yeah, you just need to pick first, I think. Yeah, and then... Yeah, there I go.
Okay, and then you get to pick your extra characters.
Let's pick...
I think it makes sense to choose this Darius person, since we are both ice types, weak to flame elementals.
So who is Darius or Darius?
I don't know.
Did he show up in previous Mortal Kombat games?
I have no idea.
Oh.
I thought there was a character called like, not Glacius, Frost.
Mm-hmm.
You want peace? Let us be. The Lin Kuei's sins are not easily forgiven.
Oh, okay. I think he did in a previous one, but I don't know. Yeah, I've never seen this character. Oh, look at that! I can do one move. So what's your history with the Mortal Kombat franchise, John?
I think my history is pretty limited. I did play some of the old SNES Mortal Kombats, so that was always fun. I emulated a few.
So much ice here. Do you have a particularly favorite Mortal Kombat character?
Let me think. I have a favorite. I thought the ninjas were always cool, like particularly like the weirder ones, like not Sub-Zero and Scorpion, but like Reptile, Smoke. I don't know, I just thought it was funny and also kind of interesting when they like palette swapped them. Because it made you wonder, like, where the heck did they come from?
Yeah, Reyno's also, I think he was the purple one.
Mm-hmm.
Ergo Purple Rain.
Yeah.
What is...
So there's a block button in this game, right?
Yeah, yeah. So this is unlike other fighting games where you just press back to block. Which is kind of throwing me off because I feel like I'm blocking, but I'm just pushing back, which doesn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, actually, I am using Frost as my partner person. Darius is somebody that you're choosing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have no idea what to do. There. That's pretty fatal, right?
I would say so.
Toasty.
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat always loved their funny little jokes like that. Yeah, the Purple Rain is kind of quite kooky. Okay, let's character select.
I do have pretty fond memories of always going to like the movie theater and then like seeing in the movie theater arcade that they always had like Mortal Kombat on there. I may have played a couple of times, but it's just a fond memory to see these characters again. And yeah, I also think it's interesting that in this reboot they kind of made the other ninjas more than palette swaps. They actually gave them like different costumes, different ethnicities. Like Reptile, I think he's still pretty ninja-ish. Smoke is like a cyber ninja, but then Rain is more like now a Middle Eastern like magician or something. So I thought that was pretty cool. Let's try Rain.
Yeah, I guess they really did try to remake everyone slightly differently.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, right now I'm kind of just trying to see like if I can find a move list. Special moves and finishers. Probably looking at the worst website to look at. You know, come to think of it, I can probably access that via the menu.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Cage.
Let's go with this guy. I was about to say this guy looks like a cook, but it's actually Striker.
Striker.
I like that he holds his gun kind of like John Wick does, so it looks like he's about to do gun fu.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Treasure chamber.
Come on, I'll get you the Time Quake All Access Pass.
I doubt Lord Liu Kang wants me at CageCon.
Yeah, that's an old outfit of his too. Oh yeah, I think that was his like original Mortal Kombat 3 outfit.
Round one, fight.
Ooh, nice.
Oh.
Oh, what is that? Oh, nice. Shadow kick.
Oh, so that's the block button, the right trigger.
Jeez.
Round 2, fight.
Wait, so he's not the Lord of Thunder, but he does have some thunder moves.
Yes. Oh.
Oh no, Striker. Nice. Look at that. Oh, what is happening? Was that a double kill?
No, that was the assist happening late.
Fight.
What is... Okay. Oh no. It's kind of funny when the guys just pop in the background. It's like, oh, we're doing something, but maybe we're not.
Yeah. They get they fumble when you fumble for some reason.
Ooh, look at that.
What in the world?
Look at that. I wasn't even trying. Wasn't even trying. See, I'm gonna try not to miss any of more of your streams, Ales. Well, I appreciate that, Rio. Especially if you're gonna be playing Mortal Kombat 1. Yeah, I'll probably try to keep it in the loop. I think it is probably something that I can probably get into a bit more. But certainly appreciate the allegiance, Rio de Lobos. Very much appreciate your time here. I wonder how I did that fatality.
Well, it said brutality, so maybe because you did an uppercut thingy.
Reiko.
Maybe try Ring.
Who is this? Ashra. This must be a new character.
I think it is.
This is also a new character.
Oh, fun fact, Nitara is voiced by Megan Fox, so...
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Let's play as her, see what that's like.
Nitara. Frost.
Ooh, you can actually pick Goro. That's fun.
Goro.
I don't know. This looks like a cozy chamber. Kind of a place where you would get afternoon tea.
The Great Hall.
I would say so.
If your species is immortal and it procreates,
You see now the crux of our problem.
Lots of great people around.
Round 1, fight.
Let's see, what can this guy do?
Jeez. How did that...
I don't know. Oh, I guess water orb.
That's funny. You just came in wailing. Oh, man. course you would win. You have a staff. Who wouldn't win with a staff? Wait. Oh, is that slow? Okay. Why did I jump into it?
Oh, he has like a wind-up move.
What is this? Oh, come on. That is crazy.
You can't just get your boyfriend to beat me up.
What is that? What are you guys doing? I thought they were both gonna do some special move or something like that. It's like,
I know,
I
right?
am water and you are ice, and let's do something fun, fancy here.
I feel like it would make sense, but maybe she's just not that into him.
Yeah, that was not my character. Sorry, Megan Fox.
Well, Rain is pretty good if you want to try him out. Seems to be like a longer range.
Longer range.
Mm-hmm.
See what I did there.
Scorpion.
Maybe try Reptile.
Reptile. Jax.
Ah, let's go with Sonya.
The Gateway.
How deadly is your sting, Scorpion? May that be a fact you never learn.
Ooh, he turns into Dinosaur Man.
Mm-hmm.
Round one, fight.
Ooh, acid spit. I like how he just seamlessly turns into a dinosaur with like every few skill moves.
Did he actually used to turn into like creatures in the old games?
I mean, he was a creature.
Oh.
The idea was that he was camouflaged, but I guess the hardware was too limited where it wouldn't be able to change back and forth. Hey, what the? What are you?
Hey man, don't beat up Jax.
What? What was? Was that me?
Maybe.
Look at this madness. Oh, look at that. Hey, come on. Would you stop cheesing? You're making the Ales and Fails Twitch stream just a cheese fest, you know that? It's like Camembert all over.
Hey man, you just gotta roll with the punches.
Ooh, look at that. You were punished. What? There's a low reason why Reptile can't flip between forms. I don't know that one. I can't imagine it's something like, he can't breathe in the atmosphere or something like that, is it? Or is that Beast Wars? Transformers?
Get him, Jax. Oh, what? Can't believe that.
What is... These guys are just having a fight in the background. I don't know. I guess that's good enough. At least too much. So maybe it's the atmosphere thing, I have no idea. I like Reptile, but I didn't have enough time to play around with him because you just kept the pressure going, which, you know, I didn't appreciate. That was not very gentlemanly, and if we're anything here at the Ales and Fails Twitch stream, it is gentlemanliness.
Yeah, I guess I didn't respect the gentleman's rules.
Okay. Let's see who else is good, who else seems interesting before I just naturally just gravitate into Plains of Zero. Li Mei. This is a new character.
Wait, did I pick for you accidentally? I guess I'm player 1 now because I picked first. That's
Yeah, probably.
Kano.
Sure. Wait, CPU. Did one of us just disconnect? Is that what happened?
I think that's what happened. So let me see.
Is your your butt? Yeah, okay.
So if I go back, I can pick. Can you pick?
Okay, now I can pick.
Okay, so I guess I'm player 1. I wanted to try Sub-Zero.
Doesn't he just kind of look like a short order cook, like on this particular graphic?
Yeah, he does a little bit.
Okay, let's go with Serena. I think it's your pick.
Might just go with random.
The Fire Temple.
Lei Chen prison was supposed to be impregnable.
Yet somehow I still freed the general.
Do you remember all those fight movies? Well, all you're doing before a fight is just like going like this with your shoulders.
Oh yeah, of course.
Round 1, fight.
Okay.
Hey, come on. Nice. So this lady that kind of just reads to me like Melina, but I guess there's a Melina character here somewhere.
Round 2, fight.
Oh, look at that. What the?
Nice.
Just decided to get the guy with the laser sight. It's like, oh, here's Homelander, by the way.
Well, this game is going to have Homelander, so...
I don't know.
Dang.
Look at that.
She has so many fireworks.
So much glitter. Okay, so I like her. She was actually pretty solid. What was that? Oh, it's one of those achievements. A chive. Garrus. I guess playing Baraka might be fun.
By the way, how many characters have you encountered in the main story already?
Like four tops.
Striker.
Sector. Because obviously you had robots in the past. I think it's your pick.
I'll just do random again.
Hanging Gardens.
When you became ill, your assets were taken?
As required by your mother's edict, princess.
So right before a fight you discuss politics. So I guess in this universe, Baraka's things is actually a disease. It's not like a race thing.
Oh, so he's not from, isn't he from Outworld or something like that?
I guess not.
Oh, interesting.
Because I know that, at least in the trailer, it was like Melina was suffering from a disease, because apparently she's a twin sister of Kitana, but actually just the fact that she's just like Baraka is actually some sort of like thing to be not accepted.
I see. Interesting.
What is he doing?
Not helping out a lot, it seems.
Daybreak. Round 2. Fight.
What the?
I kicked your Cyrex.
What did he really need the flashlight in the eyes? Was that really is that like a police technique?
Yes. Oh, interesting.
Oh, nice. I don't know. I really need to look up move list. Alright, so I think I'm gonna take a quick short break here. Need to take Churro out. We'll be back on the other side of this break for more Mortal Kombat. Let's go with... Let's see. BRB music. Let's go with game. Okay, and we are back with the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. I'm your host, Ale Wolf, otherwise known as Ales, Gentleman Streamer, Beer Goggles 21, Mama Ales, Baby Boy. And joining me today is special friend of the stream, John.
That is me.
For a very long stream, something that we haven't tried before, a stream-a-thon, if you will. And I know that everyone's up to like, oh, a 24-hour stream, 48-hour stream, a week-long stream. We're doing 5 and 30 minutes or something like that. So,
yes,
indeed, high quality content. But before we do that, of course, let's go ahead and see what else is on tap today for the next drink. And this one is something that I caught my eye while I was navigating the Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's being a fairly popular hangout place for shoppers who want farm-grade material. This is the gourd tree. I don't know if you can see that very well. Yeah, so there it is. It's a cider made with pumpkins. So one thing you might be wondering is like, Ales, why are you drinking a cider here on stream? You are the Ale Wolf. You like beers. Sometimes you drink lagers. Why are you betraying the cause and drinking a cider? And to that I say, look, keep your personal space. But ciders are good too. Ciders are similar to beers in the sense that rather than using grains and malts, what you're actually using are apples. That is a main component of ciders. Of course, you have things like pineapple ciders, guava ciders, and of course this is a pumpkin cider. And the idea there is that you mix the apple with some other fruit, in this case being what's it called, pumpkins themselves, which is quite nice, of course. And then afterwards you make that into a juice and then you have it ferment, very much like a beer. The only thing that you're not doing is the whole boiling process, which is generally what you would expect from a beer brewing process. So in many ways it's actually a little bit simpler. And of course I kind of just feel like, it is the season for pumpkins. We are essentially in October. There's two things that are important in October. One of them is Oktoberfest and the other one is pumpkins. And of course, October is the season of pumpkins and yams and...
Wait, but what about Halloween?
What about Halloween? What are you talking about?
That has to be also important in October because it's, the celebration of...
No, okay,
stuff.
July, dads and grads. May is moms and proms.
Okay.
October, pumpkins and yams. Am I wrong? Right in. So yeah, that's my thoughts on the gourd tree. Let's see what Untapped has to say on the matter. Let me go find it just a second here. The gourd tree. And let's put it right up. Okay. So kind of a short and sweet description here. Pumpkin cider, fermented apple juice, pumpkin puree, and spices. So a pretty clean description, I want to say. Nothing really much to speak of. I've never had this one before. Let's go ahead and try this to see what we think about it. So go ahead and dispense, John.
Let's try it out.
Let's compare taste notes from our connoisseur palates.
So I guess one note that I did pick up from your description was that you said that ciders are typically made from apples. Is there really no cider that does not contain apple?
I'm sure that there is, but they wouldn't be classified as ciders. I think ciders are specifically apples.
I see.
Or at least 50% apples would be my guess for that. So I'm kind of surprised because every time I drink any pumpkin beverage, it generally reads orange. This is actually almost like a light yellow, almost like a golden color to it. It is very clean. It looks as clean as a white wine, maybe a Riesling. In terms of aroma, I'm already being hit in the face by seasonal spices. Yeah. Things like a bit like cinnamon.
Yeah, a little bit of cinnamon.
Clove, maybe something in there. I forget what the other holiday spices are, but they're all in there, folks. All 151 of them. So yeah, let's go ahead and taste this. Cheers.
Yes, cheers.
Bang and ale, dear. So quite hefty. I find it that unlike other ciders, this is actually a little more of a thicker bite. And I'm not saying that I can taste the puree itself, but it's certain the tasting notes here actually read a little more consistent, a little more toothsome, if you will. There's definitely some good sweetness there. I don't know that I taste pumpkin specifically, but certainly the spices are very much there. And I feel like sometimes when you're having pumpkin flavored anything, what you're really looking at are the spices there. How do you find it?
So this one is actually interesting to me because so when I was a kid, my mom used to make this boiled apple juice, which she made from actual apples, and one of the things she liked to add was cinnamon. So immediately when I started drinking it, it tasted almost exactly like that. Obviously, there's some notes of pumpkin in there, which were not included in her iteration of the drink, but yeah, it feels like it you know, I mean, obviously it came from apples, but it feels like a very natural, sort of refreshing drink. I like it.
Do you like it more than other ciders?
Well,
Actually, are you a cider drinker? What's your cider history?
My cider history is not very extensive. I'm usually like a woodchuck. What's the other one? Strongbow. Just the commercial ciders. I don't particularly veer outside of the commercial sphere. But this is pretty good. I like it. It's refreshing. And yeah, it just has like a natural taste to it.
Yeah, it's a solid finish. It is very consistent. It is not rounded like that first beer I had. It is very, very solid. So with that, let's go ahead and give Portrait. I'm gonna say it's actually a 3.25, which is a little bit better than what I've been having so far. Riding steady, we are. Okay. So with that, let's go back to the game here. Okay, so we just finished the match. I'd say let's at least go maybe 30 more minutes before we switch to our final game of the day.
Sounds good.
That's fun. So they always come out of the woods before fighting. Is that the idea?
I think so. I actually wonder if like future updates will have them coming out from different places.
General Shop.
So he's a general in this game.
He is not the Khan.
He's not the Khan.
Yes, he is now a general.
He can't do it.
I mean, it's interesting. I guess once you start diving deeper into the story, maybe you'll be able to answer these questions better. But I am kind of curious how everyone in Liu Kang's timeline seems to have mellowed out and maybe even gone to the good side.
We'll find out. That's interesting that all of these cameos are not the characters that you can choose. I'm guessing at some point you'll be able to play with them. He rewrote the universe, yeah. So I guess in this timeline, Raiden rewrote everything. But it is very interesting to see in which ways he plays some of these characters.
That's true.
I think it's you.
Treasure chamber.
Shoda, Tovach, they both reject you.
My siblings are dead to me, Marina.
It's Liu Kang who rewrote the universe. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Right, because he's the one with the godly powers.
Yeah, he's the god of fire, I think.
You know, I was never a Melina player except for the time that I was playing Mortal Kombat 2 on the Game Boy, the original Game Boy.
Oh, really?
And the only reason why I used to play her was because she had this like low kick attack that would just be able to cheese the final boss very easily. And so I would go up the ladder with another character and then lose and then refight Shao Kahn using Melina, and that was enough to like beat him.
Yeah, I think in the old school fighting games, you always looked for that one character that could cheese the final fight because of how imbalanced the fighting game characters were, or the CPUs were, particularly the boss characters.
Yeah, and that was kind of just baked in because the boss characters themselves had very unusual mechanics in the first place. So because they weren't like necessarily quote unquote balanced, there were things that the developers may not have looked at when designing them. Oh, nice. Jeez.
Oh.
I don't know. Yeah, so she's supposed to have the same disease that Baraka has, I guess. Yeah, what a weird disease that you get it and then all of a sudden you develop like a giant jaw with like fangs.
Yeah, and some bony protrusions from your arms.
I feel like there's very few diseases in the real world that actually gives you extra powers. Maybe like being double jointed, but that's not really a disease.
Yeah.
So that's a power actually. That's a power.
Oh, so... Well, I mean, I guess maybe if they somehow concocted a virus that could give you powers, I'm pretty sure everybody would want to get infected.
Yeah, maybe.
Unless it had like some awful downside.
Tree trunk syndrome is a thing. Isn't that the condition where people like have like hardened skin and it almost looks like tree bark? I think that's what you're talking about, Rio. Let's try smoke. I don't know if that gives you like extra. You know what? I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. I have no idea what that does for you.
See, I was always confused about Darius because when I heard that Homelander was coming to this game, the first thing that I thought ignorantly was, hey, wait a minute, is that A-Train?
A-Train?
Yeah, because he has like a similar like get-up, and he also wears like glasses or goggles or whatever.
That's true. Darius is the cheap A-Train knockoff.
Yeah. On business.
Are this what's this guy's name?
Kenshi?
Yeah, Kenshi. He looks like Daredevil.
Yeah, he does.
I wonder if the inspiration was from that because he has the same color outfit and he is blind. Just like Daredevil.
I think Kenshi's from an older Mortal Kombat though, so...
Yeah, I think it's like 5, maybe.
I'm pretty sure Daredevil the comic was out by then though, so maybe.
Oh yeah.
Get a Matrix.
Where's your motivation? Round 2, fight.
Oh. Seriously.
You double blinded him now.
So he just kind of throws a smoke bomb and then he shows up in the smoke bomb. That's kind of cool. Oh, come on. Kenshi and A-Train. Okay, but there's one where it's like a tumor or something that grows on your limbs and eventually paralyzes you in position. Oh, that sounds awful. That's like being trapped inside your own body. There's an NK movie with a Kenshi as a master of ceremonies.
Main character.
Oh, I see. I read MC and I'm just like, what? Like, I forget what it's called, but it's animated. I haven't seen all the Mortal Kombat movies, unfortunately. I know that there's a couple of animated ones.
I mean, I can understand why you got confused about MC because I know how big you are into hip hop, so it makes sense.
Yeah, I do love my hip hop. If everyone that follows this stream knows, is that I am known for my vast desire to listen to hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing all of these cameos are probably characters that are not in this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think any of them are playable, really.
I like rap, but I am no master. No, that's okay. We can't all be masters of the beatbox.
Fortunate things went my way.
Yeah, what are you listening to these days, John? Actually, that's actually a fun question.
These days I'm listening a little bit of everything. I guess when I'm at work, I usually like to listen to lo-fi hip-hop. Occasionally I like listening to either classical guitar or some Brazilian bossa nova music, which is always fun. What else?
Wow, she's like a devil person.
Mm-hmm. Hey, could you please stand in there?
Oh, finally I found that attack. I was looking for that.
Oh, but he doesn't shriek like a madman when he does it.
And that was the best part about it. Diabla. Indeed a Diabla.
Mm-hmm.
Round 2, fight.
Oh, come on. You countered my Sonya. I guess lunging himself that way makes a little more sense than how he did it in Mortal Kombat 2.
Yeah, where he just sort of lifted himself midair and then went straight to you at a straight line. Well, he was the God of Thunder, so he could in theory do it.
Okay, let's say that if I was the God of Thunder, which could still be a possibility, I would definitely just lose frames of animation in throwing myself off the screen. Oh, come on. I was just about to do my ultimate finishing move. I think I'm gonna have to use Raiden more because apparently I know his moves better.
Seems like it.
Oh, I guess I finished you before that. Thank you for the support. Alright. Hold on a second. I don't know what that is. Give me just a second here, folks. A little moment of real life. So how are you liking Mortal Kombat 1 so far?
I definitely like the aesthetic. I like some of the new character designs. Like I said earlier, I think that the Liu Kang redesign is cool. I like the ninja redesigns are cool. Yeah, it's like a very visually pleasing game while still retaining the grittiness of Mortal Kombat. So, yeah.
So you approve?
I approve so far, yes.
Good times. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm enjoying. I feel like it is very accessible. I feel like you can change attacks pretty easily.
I guess that does raise a question. So, what are some of like the what's it called? Like the move inputs that are kind of characteristic of Mortal Kombat versus other fighting games, like for example, like Street Fighter. A move that a directional input that's pretty characteristic is the fireball input. Quarter circle
Forward.
Yeah, quarter circle forward and then punch.
I would say, I mean, most teleport moves are up and down. There's lots of back, forward inputs. There's forward, 2 buttons. Why is that important to you?
Yeah, because I don't really know any special like move inputs. So, and it's interesting.
Oh, nice. What
Nice.
Oh, look at that. Jack's keeping it real.
Did a rocket come out of my robot's pants?
Nice. What the? Come on. What? Wait, what? That was a weird finish. I didn't even know you could call your friend during that part. I like the Jack's redesign. He looks a lot funner. He looks like a fun character. He reminds me a bit of DJ.
Yeah, he does a little bit.
So you're ready to say it Mortal Kombat 1 favorite game of 2023 for you?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, like better than Street Fighter 6. Are you ready to write that into the records?
I don't think so.
Let's go back to. I guess I haven't tried Liu Kang.
Sonya Blade.
I don't know. Let's go to short order. Cook.
Striker. Sundo.
Surely an arrangement can be made.
I know better than to accept your word.
Oh.
Round 1, fight.
All right, Striker for the coming in clutch. What was that? A statue move? And of course, Stryker just decides to pose next to him. Jeez. That bicycle kick.
Did Liu Kang have a bicycle kick in the older games?
Yeah, that was his main thing. He would just like dart across the screen using a bicycle kick.
Oh.
I just have to do that.
Bicycle kick.
That's right. Quiver against the power of a god and a cop. Yeah, so pretty good cider, huh?
Yeah, it is pretty good.
And it is the season, so.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Cage.
So that's interesting. I wonder if Raiden is not the God of Thunder in this one. How exactly did he get thunder powers? I guess that's a silly question to ask. How did any fighting game character get powers?
Well, it looks like he has a talisman, so maybe that's it.
Oh, okay. So he just has like a talisman of power. It's like the Iron Man core.
Mm-hmm.
I saw you eyeing Katana at the tournament.
Was I that obvious, Johnny?
Round one. Fight.
Oh, come on. So flashy.
That was weird. Did Kano become like Sonic the Hedgehog or something? He did like a little spin in the air.
Oh, come on. Oh, wow.
Oh look, he has two knives on his chest.
Oh, I see. You just hit my Kano. Ah, wow. What a chump. I don't like that Johnny Cage unless I'm using him. Let's go back to... let's try Reptile again. Do you have a favorite character so far?
I liked Rain. Rain played pretty nicely because, I don't know, he just seems to have a very long range with his staff. Did you try out Rain yet?
No, I haven't. Maybe I'll try him next. What about a favorite cameo? Do you have a favorite cameo?
Kano's laser eyes are pretty strong.
Yeah, I feel like it has a ridiculous range. I don't know if I have a favorite one, but I feel like this Striker character, his behavior just reads to me like a goof. So he's kind of like the Dan character, maybe. Energy ball. That is a ridiculous attack. I also feel like just Goro just like takes you aside and starts beating you up. That is wild. Oh, come on. Damn it! Dang it, Goro! You had one job!
To take me aside and start fighting. It's like, I got this, boss.
Oh, man.
Final round, fight.
I feel like you have no control over what your assist is gonna do, which is interesting.
Well, what kind of control are you looking for in an assist other than like an opportune opening?
I mean, I think in like other games like Marvel vs. Capcom, I think like depending on the directional input that you select, like your assist will do something different, but at least it's consistent if you, depending on the option that you select.
Look at that. See, that's what he's supposed to be doing. I don't know. That seems pretty good.
The barrel roll. Look at how jiggly his mouth is.
Look how brotherly they are. I like them. Give me just a second here. So maybe a couple more matches and then we move on to the final game.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and try Rain and see what that's like.
Do you have a favorite character, or is it going to be Raiden?
I like Raiden a lot, but he is... Like, I know his commands, I just think that he moves a bit slow. I like Sub-Zero, of course, except for the one move, which is very classic. His uppercut is just a little bit weird. It goes forward as opposed to, like, underhand. I wonder if Rain is like the god of rain.
That's a good question.
Do you think that that's a possibility?
Maybe. I think I've tried all the cameos already, so I'll just pick Goro.
of the Dragon Army.
Rain will fall upon you like daggers from the sky. I may bleed, but I will not falter.
Round 1, fight.
What is?
Yeah, Goro.
Was that a movie reference?
Yes.
Oh, come on. Ooh, look at that. Self-destruct for the win.
Wow.
Round 2, fight.
Oh, come on. Wow.
Final round, fight.
The stage is actually pretty cool. I like the background soldiers and everything.
They look like terracotta soldiers, actually.
Uh-huh.
This move is ridiculous. What?
Hey, you can't spray water on my Goro.
Oh, nice. I don't know. There, that seems cool. So have you tried any of these fatal blows that show up like on the top screen? It says like press the right and left something or other.
Really? I haven't seen those.
No, it shows up like mortal blow or something like that.
Mm.
So I think I like Rain in the sense that I feel like his moves have a lot of utility, but that utility will not become apparent to me until I play him for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Like they seem to be very wide-ranging.
I see what you mean.
Johnny Cage, smoke. Frost.
Give me just a second here. Alright, I don't know. It seems to me like Johnny Cage and Sonya belong together.
Sonya Blade.
But the question is, does Sony actually appear in the story of this game? Oh, whoops.
Frost.
Pick again, I backed out by accident.
Sonya Blade. Shang Tsung's laboratory.
As the smoke rises, I will disappear.
You ever think about playing Vegas?
What?
So does Johnny Cage actually have some lore power that lets him like phase through people, or like just move like with that super speed?
At least I think in the original games it was just that he was a very good martial artist, and so his shadow moves are supposed to be a manifestation of him moving really fast.
Oh, I see.
So I don't think he actually has powers. He's just very fast.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my guess.
Round 2, fight.
Not at the same time. What? Oh, look at that. Well, one day we'll learn those. Okay, final match.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I haven't tried Scorpion yet. It's kind of funny. I used to play him too.
Scorpion.
Of course, he has to be Striker.
Striker. Jax.
It has to be the cook.
Yeah, the cook.
The Fire Temple.
How many have joined the Shirai Ryu?
We're 100 strong and growing.
Round 1, fight.
No, I have to do that. What is... Wait a second. Did you just become have like enter your second level or something? What?
So that's what a fatal blow is, huh?
Oh no.
That is brutal.
And yet with my broken pelvis.
Round 2, fight.
Oh, he still says it.
Oh, come on. What? This guy just shows up to do nothing.
Use the fatal
Boom.
blow.
See, it's kind of difficult for me to remember what my R2 and F. I guess that would have made sense. All right, and that's a wrap for Mortal Kombat 1.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the main menu.
That was good.
That was good indeed. So what we're gonna do is we'll take a 5-6 minute break, and then we'll go to our last game for today. We'll be playing some Vampire Survivors, which is a fun co-op game. and I've never played it. Have you played it?
No, but I've seen a lot of buzz around it, so.
Yeah, okay, let's give it a shot then.
Mhm.
Let's go with Be Right Back music. Let's go with that. Okay, and welcome back to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. I'm your host, Alewolf, otherwise known as Ales, Gentleman Streamer, Beer Goggles 21, Brewmaster for the Order of the Shield Lycan. And welcome back to the stream. Today we are streaming with friend of the stream, John.
I am still here.
Yeah. He survived the hours-long stream, and for not having done that in a stream before, we certainly deserve to give you a kudos, a congratulations. You made it this far. Hopefully you don't falter along the way.
Yes.
Okay, so what we're going to do is for our last game of the day, we're actually going to play Vampire Survivor, which is a game that has been receiving a lot of buzz. I feel it's well, I guess it only recently became a co-op game, but essentially it's like a bullet hell game where you are the bullet hell itself. It seems very simplistic. You kind of just move around and you shoot around things, but I guess you can power up and your character becomes more powerful as more hordes of zombies or what have you come to charge at you. So I think it'll be fun. It'll be a fun co-op experience at the very least. If we die, then we die together, and it'll be a team effort, if not a team failure.
Yes.
Yeah. So have you played any game like this before?
So I can't say that I have. I think that there have been a couple of games that have spun off of the success of Vampire Survivors that I've been seeing on Twitch every so often. But I can't say that I've played it in earnest or I've watched too much of this game. So I guess maybe you'll have to educate me a little bit. Do you know if this game's like a roguelike, or does it have any form of progress saving? Is it a roguelite, perhaps?
To be honest with you, I don't know that it fits in any genre that I can very well place. Like I was suggesting before, it does seem like it's a bullet hell game. You're barely doing anything other than moving. And again, it's the sort of thing where you are not necessarily dodging all of the crazy things coming at you like a standard bullet hell game, where it's more that you yourself are the one endlessly firing and you're trying to navigate that particular like fire across the screen to make it so that you're alive. So this might in itself be like a new genre, to be honest with you. I haven't seen too many other games like this, but in all honesty, I'm not necessarily the biggest indie game player.
Well, maybe the way that you described it, it kind of reminded me a little bit of Plants vs. Zombies, so maybe this is a Plants vs. Zombies like.
Like a Plants vs. Zombies, like a Zombies Ate My Neighborhood.
Yes.
Like a Resident Evil. Okay, but of course, before we move on to the final game, we also have to talk about what's next on tap. And this is probably something that I've had before. This is from our friends at Mother Earth Brewing Company. And I know that they're not my friends, but if you guys are listening, please send me swag. This is Milk Truck, and it's a latte stout. So what exactly is a latte stout? Hold on a second, I'm not even sure you can see that. Okay, so there it is. It's a latte stout. So what exactly is a latte stout? Well, I think let's break it down for a minute. A stout is a type of ale, of course. Ale is a top fermenting beer. A stout is a type of ale that is brewed with particular stout malts, and this includes things like crystal malts, chocolate malts, and the iconic thing about them is that they brew dark, so the beers that you get from them are very opaque. You can actually see through them, and they're also just very robust in flavor. Generally, when you're drinking a stout, what you're looking for is more the malt flavors, the sugars, as opposed to the hoppy characters or any other flavors like that. They're good finishers. They're generally higher in alcohol content. Not a Milk Truck very much so. It's only a 5.8% alcohol by volume, so actually it keeps pretty safe. You can get a lot of different flavors from stouts. There's breakfast stouts, which kind of lean into the coffee-ish nature of some of these malts. You can have chocolate stouts, and those are generally made using chocolate malts. And of course, you're not actually using chocolate. That's just the flavor of the malt itself. There's things like milk stouts, which is one like this, where in addition to everything there, you actually throw in lactose, which is a sugar that is a key component of milk. You have pastry stouts, which lean into like pastry-like flavors. And yeah, there's just a whole variety of stouts. I really love them. They're probably my favorite beer style. But that's my thoughts on it. Let's see what Untapped has to say on the matter here. And let's go over here. So 5.8% alcohol by volume milk truck from Mother Earth Brewing Company. It's our signature dark ale is the best part of waking up. Opaque in appearance, but its marshmallow softness. We use specially chosen roasted malts to impart non-astringent darkness that laces the glass in your mouth from first sip, accentuated by the use of vanilla, lactose, and heavy dose of oats. This big-bodied stout further impresses by finishing with a rich coffee aroma. Also on nitro, but not this one, contains lactose. So yeah, maybe not the thing to drink if you're lactose intolerant. I find it generally whenever anybody adds vanilla to a beer, it adds that sort of creaminess to it. But yeah, I think that this description largely leans into the sweeter character of the beer. With that, let's go ahead and taste this. And unfortunately, John won't be joining us because he's still enjoying a pumpkin cider. So this one will have to be a solo drink, a solo bolo, if you will.
It is interesting that you said that they add lactose. So I guess, is that something that's, I guess I may have missed it, but is it part of the fermenting process, or is this something added after the fact?
I think this is part of the fermenting process. As a rule of thumb, and this is not a rule of thumb that I think any brewer uses. Generally, if you want a flavor to pop up in a beer, you add it during the fermentation as opposed to during the brewing process. All you're doing during brewing is, number one, making the sugars from the malts accessible to the beer, because obviously if you bite on a piece of barley, it doesn't taste sweet, right? It just tastes like a dry thing. And then the other thing that you're doing is boiling the hops, which adds bittering content, some of that alpha acids into the beer. Yeah, so generally you want to add the flavors into the fermentation.
I see.
So in terms of a nose, it's actually quite milky. Do you want to smell that? Like a milk, like a coffee and milk sort of thing.
Yeah.
So Fang and Ale, dear viewer. So quite rich. You can actually, it does have the quality of like coffee and milk. Very, very creamy. Definitely from those vanilla notes. So long-time viewers will know that I actually don't care for coffee flavors in my stouts, but the taste here is actually quite moderate. So it's actually quite enjoyable, and just because of the fact that it has a good sugar content, I actually don't mind it. It's actually, I want to say, if there's a beer that is very close to a milk and coffee, this is probably as close as it gets. Quite enjoyable. No real bittering notes there other than the coffee flavor itself, which in itself I wouldn't call like a bitter thing. I want to say some nuts on the background, like a peanut maybe. And in terms of sugars, I want to say strong notes of maple, which is quite pleasant. Maybe a slight tinge of butterscotch. So a very delicious drink. I'm gonna give this one probably I want to say a 3.5. 3.5 seems solid. Okay. So utterly sweet, and that is Milk Truck, folks. Let me go ahead and capture that in my note over here, just in case anybody pops in on stream wondering, hey, what is Old Ales drinking? But that's that. Let's go ahead and move on to our game. Let me go ahead and change our category here. You excited about this?
Yeah, I'm excited to try Vampire Survivors out for the first time. I'm actually kind of curious though, because the description of your beer says also on nitro. Do you know what the purpose is of having nitro? Because I was seeing like a little demonstration a few months back about how like Pepsi Nitro has like a little can of nitro. When you open it, it like unleashes the nitrogen gas, I think. So what is the purpose of nitro, do you know?
I think it smoothens things. I think it gives it like a bubbly creaminess to it. And I feel like I wish that there was something better that I could describe it with, but it kind of just makes it taste a little bit like Guinness. In terms of texture, not necessarily in terms of like taste.
I see.
But yeah, some people enjoy that. I think I'm good with it. I like it when I taste it, but it's not something I crave.
Oh, I see.
All right, but with that, let's go to our game. Okay. So let's go with start and enter co-op.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Is there a cleric character? I like clerics. She could be a cleric. It looks like a maze type thing.
It says gains 10% more experience every level.
Maybe I'll go with Imelda first and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Can I pick?
Oh, sorry. I have to press confirm.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Okay, let's see. So it seems like all these people are related because they all have the last name Belpaese. Or Belpaese. I kind of want to try Gennaro because he has +1 projectile, so that seems like it would be powerful.
That seems like it, but is it?
I don't know.
So she seems like a sorcerer type. And so the name of the game really here is just survival as far as I can tell.
Mm-hmm. What do the gems do?
Oh, level up. Is that me or you?
I think that's you.
Orbits around the character, shields from damage. Let's go with the Bible. Wait, but how do I activate that?
Good question.
Oh, wait, there it is.
So I noticed that the direction you shoot is actually the direction you're holding at the given moment.
Oh, huh. Good catch. So I think this is obvious to anyone watching, but the music is very reminiscent of like Castlevania. If you played it, have you played any Castlevania?
Yeah, I've played Symphony of the Night a little bit.
Sure, you get all those gems, man.
I wonder if there's an end to the map, or if we can just run around forever.
I feel like this is probably like an endless, procedurally generated.
Okay,
I think that's you.
see. Let's get another knife.
Hey, Rio de Lobos, is this a game you played before? And you know, this game is agreeable with me because this is the sort of thing where I can just have my beer in one hand and just move the controller with the other. This is very agreeable with the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. Oh wait, the arrow is showing us to go here then.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose that at a certain point it becomes kind of crazy to... Oh, look, there's a whole bunch of bats coming from the south.
Ooh, treasure. I love treasure. Never heard of this until today. Yeah, I don't know if it's very new, but it's certainly gotten...
Oh, nice.
Certainly become popular recently. Or at least within the last month, to a couple months. Oh, level up. Oh, that's me?
Yeah.
Every player gets a level up for one of their existing weapons. Okay.
Oh, I have so many knives. Oh, crap.
Jeez, what is...
Uh...
How much is it? To be honest, it was like $5, right? Like
yeah.
$5.
Gotta be careful for those bat swarms.
So now you have access, is that?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, and it's also, I think it's on everything, because I was thinking of getting it on the Switch as well, and it's also $5 there. There's some DLC. And I think eventually you start unlocking more characters. Oh, I gotta get this flame. Maybe there's a... Oh, come on. Where's my energy anyways?
Your health?
Yeah.
The thing is below your character.
Oh, right. I thought it was the top right. I don't know what the top right... Whoa, hey.
I'm pretty sure at some point there's gonna be like an insta-kill enemy.
Ooh, nice. Is that you?
No, that's you.
Oh, okay. One more projectile, armor replate. I don't know, I like the high firepower here. Like you thought the Bible was powerful. Get a load of the New Testament.
Oh, there's a treasure there. Oh, but this.
No, you have to go in there.
It's surrounded. I don't think I can.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm gonna try to find an opening though. That's you.
See. Maybe one more projectile.
Okay, I'm gonna try to go around these guys. I see, I'm there.
Nice. Oh, nice. Another projectile.
That's exactly what we need, more firepower.
Yes. That's one more enemy.
Cooldown reduced by 2 seconds. Let's increase my magic wand right now.
Oh, there's ghosts now.
You a believer in ghosts, John?
I mean, maybe. Depends on how I'm feeling, how much I've drunk in the evening. How spooky the house I'm staying at feels. Let's see. I'll go with armor.
I like the fact that there's just like endless treasure on the field. But at some point I'm wondering if you recover any health or if you eventually just perish.
I feel like maybe it's the ladder. Oh, there's a ring around this, but it seems like it's closing in. You might have to make an opening. Oh crap,
yeah.
am I almost dead?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we're gonna find out.
Okay, this is... When did this happen?
I don't know. Oh yeah, I'm dead.
Oh hey. So I guess I can't revive you. But at least the ring is gone. I'm gonna try and get that treasure.
It seems like my tombstone is timing out or something. Oh, I guess I'm back.
Oh wow, and I'm dead.
So I guess we have to survive long enough
for the next person to come back.
Yep. I guess I'll try and clear a path for you if I don't die.
I don't think there's any way to clear that out.
What is this? Oh, nice. I got a holy symbol. I kind of want more armor.
Ooh, a treasure. Very nice. I looked out
2 wands.
2 ones in a Bible.
Nice.
That is what we want to see. But, so tankier enemies are starting to show up, I think. Oh, there's a chicken.
Chicken.
Get the chicken. There you go. Clearly, chicken meat.
Makes me
the best meat.
Makes me throw out fire, I guess.
It must have been Cajun chicken. Santa water. Why is it called Santa? Let's see what that's like. Although I want to get the Bible though. Yeah, let's go with the Santa water.
Oh, my Cajun chicken effect.
Oh, come on.
Oh, crap.
What kind of reality is this where the enemies just keep coming endlessly?
That is a good question, I don't know.
Oh, there's a shiny vampire. Maybe if we destroy it, we'll get treasure.
Where is that? Oh gosh. I'm surrounded. Oh, that's it.
What kind of reality is it? Survivor horror type? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. There's no winning. There's just how long can you survive doing this? Oh, come on. You're gonna kick me while I'm... Okay. If I can probably just avoid the center area. Oh, there's a chicken.
There's chicken.
You should grab it. Ah, there we go. Every player gets a level up. Let's do that. Let's be friends. Ah, shiny vampire. Okay, so it destroyed, but it didn't leave anything special. Okay, gotta regroup. I feel like we are strongest whenever we're relatively close by.
That is true.
Getting that chicken.
These are stronger bats.
I'm not getting that.
Man, these guys are so tanky. We have another range.
Oh, come on.
Where are we busting
Oh,
out?
no. Maybe here? I don't... Yeah, that doesn't... Okay, I'm dead.
No, I'm dead too. Oh.
You let us down, John. You let us down. I saw that.
Yes. I alone, even though we both died and you died first.
Details. No, indeed.
I will say your character got a lot of level ups.
That's because I had the power of the Bible with me. That's what happened. So achievements. I wonder if you start off with being stronger. Mad Forest.
It's possible that those are also like items or level ups that you can unlock now. So maybe it's like a roguelite.
That would be nice. I like roguelites over roguelikes. Power up. What is this? Power up selection. So I guess we have 800.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess this gives us more stuff. Well, what do you feel like? I feel like one standout right now is like move speed.
Yeah.
Why would you want that? Revise once within 50% health. Max health. Max recovery. And the cooldown on weapons. Any thoughts? One more projectile per weapon. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I can see that being good. What does luck do?
I guess it increases the power of your treasures. See, maybe if you get more players, it'll be slightly easier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I think that this game supports up to 4 people.
Mm-hmm.
Items pickup range makes it easier. Projectiles move 10% faster. I say let's try this one.
I think that one's too expensive because
Oh,
was
5,000.
Mm-hmm.
5,000.
Yeah, I guess that's why it's so good.
Okay. Let's try move speed.
Yeah, I like move speed.
So how do I confirm?
I think the green buy button.
I can't go all the way down.
Oh, really?
I think that was it though. I think it's there.
Yeah, because your amount reduced.
Okay. And unlocks. Okay, let's go back at it. I don't know. I feel like I like this character.
Mm-hmm.
I can try somebody else later.
Let's see. 10% more damage every 10 levels. Get 10% faster. I'll try Antonio. Oh, he has a whip.
Gee, like a Castlevania proper hunter.
Oh, but he can't aim downwards. That's interesting. Downwards or upwards.
Okay. Oh, you can get a bird. Bombards in a circling zone.
Yeah, I think so. That's one of the things that the achievement unlocked.
Best bird ever. It's almost like an extra character, really. Have to find a way in here. Oh, come on. Now.
Let's see. Fires that random enemy. Fires
Let's go MVP bird. Clearly the MVP of the game.
So that blue fire is the Santa water.
Ah, how did you activate it?
I think it just activates automatically.
I don't think it was doing that for me.
I mean, the last time that we played, the last round, I did see like some puddles of blue fire every so often. I need to be careful.
Okay. Shields from damage when active. That's yours. Oh, swarm. just so tricky to navigate whenever all of these bats just come in.
Yeah. Maybe the cross.
Nice.
Oh crap.
Wait, how are you dying already?
I don't know, that was on me for like 1 second, and then it like sucked up 50% of my health.
Ah, nice. Fires at random and it deals heavy damage. This could be great or terrible. Too many moving targets here. Okay, I thought we had been going for a while, but we are still under 5 minutes. Need to find a clearing. Probably find a chicken for. Okay.
Let's see. Oh.
Ah.
Alright, all you need to do is survive.
Oh no. Of course. This is exactly when it chooses to activate. Jeez, guys. Could you just praying mantis? Why not? Okay. Gotta go with the friendship.
Sounds good.
So I find this game interesting in the sense that it is very much unlike a lot of other co-op games I've played before. Like in theory, if I was going to compare it to anything else, as a co-op game it plays most similarly to like a beat 'em up, where you're not necessarily quote-unquote helping each other because you're generally targeting different targets, but at the same time you got like range of motion within that screen. Yeah, so I feel like there's slightly more cooperative games than this because if I really wanted to, I could leave you high and dry and try to find safety, but I don't know that that would work out for me for very long.
Yeah, I think the comparison to a beat 'em up is pretty apt. trap swarm. There's so much on the screen.
I keep thinking that my bird is an enemy. Ah, geez, finding an opening is so...
Yeah. Oh, I'm dead again.
I don't know, man. This clearly shows maybe you're just not into this type of game. Maybe this is not your cup of tea.
There's just so many things. Alright, I'll make it out. It's a good thing that they give you a little bit of invulnerability.
Yeah, it seems like you can actually move faster right after you revive.
Uh-huh.
Nice. This fire one actually works pretty well. But I think it works better for single targets. So I think that the gems themselves are like experience.
Mm-hmm. I think that is correct.
Ooh.
What is that?
It's like everything's...
Let's do whip.
Oh, and then it restarted. So I guess whenever we see that clock, it's probably a good idea to catch it.
Mm-hmm. I got surrounded.
Ooh, the arrow's pointing me to treasure. Wait, where is it? Oh, right, I can't not. Oh, okay. And that's my end.
No!
Look at that, treasure, treasure.
Oh, wow.
So this game is pretty fun. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it. I kind of wonder what we've unlocked now.
Find 5 floor chickens. Find Orologion. Okay, so new weapons or items. So we have 600. Maybe not the speed again.
Oh, so you actually keep your power-ups, and so it really is like a true roguelike.
Yeah, yeah. Seems like eventually you'll be able to get all of these.
Mm-hmm.
Max health. Maybe let's increase our power this time.
Mm-hmm. You might be able to do it twice? Yeah.
Okay. Collection. Wow, that's a lot of different things that you can actually collect.
Mm-hmm. I gotta say, I'm not a fan of the whip, but I guess we'll see.
Okay, I think we're good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like my character. I might try this Pasqualina for a minute.
I'll try your character.
Ooh, quickly.
That's for you.
Clock Lancet.
Oh, so I think your character actually doesn't need to point in the last direction that she was, because her, like...
Yeah, it's just, I think it just seeks whatever enemy is closest.
Let's see... Fires one more projectile.
Oh, nice. So it does actually freeze people. But I don't know that that necessarily helps you, because, at least for this character, it will be very difficult to pick off the enemy that's frozen. Ooh, watch out for the swarm. Nice. Let's go with a crown. You can actually move through the frozen characters without incurring damage.
Oh, that's good to know.
A little too trigger happy.
Let's see. Let's do a pichon. Oh, a pichon.
Pichon?
Yeah, pichon.
You mean like a pigeon?
Yeah, I wonder if that word it comes from pigeon, or vice versa.
Nice.
I think we were doing pretty good this run.
Yeah, yeah.
Swarm.
Okay. And I do believe in the power of friendship.
Nice.
Ghosts definitely move faster than everything else. Wow, okay.
A circle.
Ooh, treasure. Sorry, I had to go get it. There's always time for treasure.
I feel like we've been getting less treasure. I don't even remember getting a treasure in the last run. Oh, what is that?
It's a tetrad. Rune tracer affects last point. Okay. I'll take it.
That's me. Maybe fire wand. Seems to be enough.
Oh, nice.
You know, indie games like this sometimes make me think, you know, there certainly are a lot of stinkers, but there are certainly also a lot of incredible indie games out there. So, kind of makes me wonder what the gaming landscape would have looked like back when we were younger, which is really when video games started really burgeoning. If a market or an environment like the indie gaming market now would have been possible back then.
You mean how like third and fourth and fifth generation games might have looked like with... Oh,
Yeah.
and that.
I gotta survive.
See, I was deeply thinking about your question.
Let's survive long enough is a question. I don't think so. Oh, you're alive.
Dope. Oh, of course I died immediately.
Oh, no.
I probably should have been paying attention.
Oh, no.
Oh well.
Shields from damage. Alright, Laurel. Oh. Well, I survived. You're alive, right?
Yeah, not for long. I'm in the middle of like a mess.
Well, I guess try to survive. You can't, it's over.
Ah, okay. 7 minutes. Is that the record?
That may be the record.
That's probably as far as anybody has ever been made this game.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's the world record.
It's possible. I mean, I think we should submit this to Speedruns Live, I think.
Mm-hmm. Maybe King of Kong.
Yeah, maybe Guinness Book of World Records.
Okay, I don't think we can get anything with 177. Everything is too expensive. Okay. I'll try the Antonio guy.
I'll pick Gennaro again. Okay.
Okay.
So I might pick the whip because the whip gives you full horizontal, like 2 whips on each side, which will be a little bit easier.
Gotta love that chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Not as much as rabbit though.
Okay.
And that's your go.
Probably a knife. Yeah.
I like how in this game for a while it seems like you're doing well, but then things just turn on a dime. Passes through most enemies, bounces around.
It is quite sneaky on you like that. I guess I'll go with friendship.
Ooh, swarm. Oh, come on. I think I like the double whip, but at the same time, just because it's left and right, I feel like if it gave you like an option to also do up and down, it might be more useful.
Yeah, unfortunately the whip, at least from the descriptions that I've seen given to me on the level up, is only horizontal. But I think it's way better to have two whips than one whip, because one whip is kind of miserable because you also have to point your character to hit the whip. Oh, swarm.
Okay. Lots of Stalfos, of course.
Damages nearby enemies. Let's do garlic. I haven't tried garlic. I guess I have a garlic aura now.
You think that your character is just opening his mouth and he's just like, oh, I'm gonna just not worry about it.
He's just like, ah.
You know, one thing that, so I'm a garlic lover. I love foods with garlic flavor and garlic spices. But you know what? Of course, that's always like a one-person experience, because you never have like a situation where like everyone is eating garlic and having fun at the same time. and that is because if somebody is eating garlic, everyone else is suffering. So I have this thing where if I'm going out with my significant other and I'm eating garlic, I have to formally announce it. Oh, I'm choosing the garlic fries, by the way. Let me know if this is not a good idea. I will try to keep away. And it's always like this disclaimer that I have to present, because otherwise it's just like, you're eating garlic, what do you think you're doing? Maybe that's just my experience, and maybe it's because I'm very conscientious of like other people's well-being and livelihoods. But it's like I can never enjoy just garlic by. I guess there's very few opportunities for me to just have garlic without thinking about how it affects other people around me.
So I guess, is the garlic that you consume so
Very
potent,
powerful. There's like chunks of garlic every time.
so potent that like a breath mint or a chewing gum?
Like if garlic units were measured in virility, it would be like right up there with ghost pepper.
Oh wow, that is a mighty garlic you eat.
Oh, I get a magic one. Let's go for more pichon.
Yeah. Oh crap.
Pichon, the good bird. Yeah, so that's the sadness of my garlic story. I just like garlic, and I would love to enjoy it with impunity, but it will never be so, I feel, unless I'm the last person on earth.
Yeah. Well, but then who's gonna grow the garlic? It's like a chicken and the egg situation.
Well, not me. Nice.
I'm not sure that I enjoy any particularly stinky food other than maybe like blue cheese. I think blue cheese is pretty stinky, but I don't know if it's that stinky that
Ooh,
nice.
what of that?
I don't know if it's that stinky that it like merits a disclaimer like you've described. Or maybe it is that stinky and I've just been very inconsiderate.
There's a possibility that you have been largely inconsiderate with your friends and family.
Yes. Without impunity, of course.
You missed the garlic story. I mean, it wasn't really that complex. I was simply saying that every time I have garlic and I go out with my significant other, I have to announce it and make sure that they understand that I will be unapproachable for a while, and they have to accept to these terms. Otherwise, what I have done is a crime. That is the garlic story. Okay, let's get out of here.
Well, I think we have a previous best, but I think this is when things are getting crazy.
Yeah. No, I think this. Okay, look, cross.
Nice.
Look at that. Beautiful. Level up.
Yes. Friendship.
Do you enjoy garlic, Rio?
I'm going to select the friendship anyway.
I love friendship. Friendship is forever, I hear.
Yes.
Yeah, you're getting low on the health there. What are you?
Trying to clear a path out. Oh. Let's get these gems.
Your favorite story? I love garlic. There's nothing wrong with garlic. As I was saying, every time you have garlic, it's wonderful. But it is always your best story, and it is always everyone else's worst story. Okay, let's go with... Yeah, I gotta collect all the gems. I think they represent health. Base damage up by 5, base speed up by 20%.
Chicken. Some garlic chicken.
Garlic herb chicken?
Yes.
Now, I believe that you had some garlic herb grilled chicken the other day, and I believe it was reported by the news outlets that it was wonderful.
Yeah, it was quite juicy, I will say.
Yeah.
I did not alert anybody nearby of My intention to eat garlic herb chicken though, so
I think there were some tabloids, some ill-mannered tabloids that were suggesting that the chicken was undercooked.
what's that?
Yeah, it's not. It was very uncouth of them.
There's some gems up here.
Nice, look at that. Almost close to the next level up. Jeez, okay. That was stupid.
Oh, I gotta survive.
My kingdom for a horse.
Let's see. Raises inflicted damage, reduces weapon. I'll do more garlic. Increase that area. Oh, there's a red gem there. I totally want that.
Oh, definitely on brand. Okay.
Circle. Oh, no.
Okay, I like how these things just randomly pop up. Oh, you broke through.
Yeah, but I'm dead.
Look at that, 10 minutes. We lasted 10 minutes. That's a world record right there.
Yeah.
World star. Okay. We're going to take one final break. Come back for maybe like 30 more minutes. Yeah. Gotta take a quick bio break here, folks. Let's go with... let's go back to slow burn. I like slow burn. Alright, and we are back for the final block of the stream. Still playing Vampire Survivors. I think we made it to the 10-minute mark with that last run. I feel we can break 11 minutes. What do you think about that?
That seems pretty auspicious, but I'm willing to try.
I like that word, auspicious. I think we're gonna do it. Okay. So let's see if we can buy anything else. And actually, let me increase the sound here.
How much does recovery cost?
Recovery. 226. We can buy one.
Yeah, maybe try one. I don't think we've had too many passive health regen, so maybe that might be a game changer.
Going back to Imelda.
I haven't tried this person yet, Pasqualina. So I'll try them.
Generally, when I play fantasy style games, I generally go for cleric/paladin character. So this seems right up my alley. Do you have a particular preference?
I guess I tend towards like fighters. Yeah, at least when I'm playing something like Dungeons and Dragons or any tabletop RPG, I usually first gravitate towards fighters, but then usually somebody else on the table is like, oh no, I'm doing the fighter, and then I'm like, okay, I guess I'll do another thing.
You don't want to have just like two fighters on the same thing.
Well, yeah,
it's not allowed.
Yeah, because then who's gonna get the loot?
Well, I hope whoever is watching right now.
Friendship amulet, I think. Or a Pichon. Pichon is good, but I think friendship amulet is usually better.
Yeah. Definitely like how the lightning ring works. It essentially just like casts down somebody. And welcome back to the stream, In I Go. How are you doing today? Yeah, I've been streaming for a while, so maybe that's why you didn't see a notification. It's been about 5 hours at this point. It's probably the longest stream I've ever done. But how are you doing? And so survival is the name of the game here. I feel like if you the way to actually activate those fire lanterns is to just stand by them until your character attacks them.
Yeah, I mean with the knife guy, you can shoot him down pretty easily since you have more control. Oh crap!
Oh great! I just ate that entire thing. Maybe let's go raises inflicted damage by 10%. Maybe spinach is good. Bro, it's awesome to see you again. Thought you were gonna take a hiatus, but glad to see you back. Will you be streaming later tonight or tomorrow? So this is actually the only stream I'll be doing this week. It's kind of an offbeat week. I've got some family visiting, so there's that. But I'll be back in my normal schedule next week, which is Thursdays and Fridays around this time. Let's go with a spinach. Gotta play it up to Popeye. I'm sure Popeye is a very relevant
Castlevania character.
Well, I was gonna say just a timely reference. Everyone talks about Popeye these days.
That is true. So I noticed that this person's projectile is similar to your character's because it also like seeks out enemies. But it also does like a little rebound thingy.
I wonder if you like zoom out completely on the battlefield, if there's like it actually keeps track of everything that you've done and the path that you've carved out.
I imagine it has to. Like, there has to be some kind of a memory for like your gems, for example, because we've definitely been in situations where we've had to back out, and then suddenly there's a bunch of gems just waiting for us. Okay.
And that's a you.
I kinda wanna try. No, let's do cross. I think cross is best.
The crosses have them. Do you think that these altars are kind of like those fireplaces in Elden Ring? Like sites of grace?
It's possible. Sure would be nice to be able to respawn from them as opposed to in the middle of a pack of creatures.
Hello, hello. More projectiles. But I do like the fire wand. It feels a bit more on brand, I think. I feel like the fireballs are actually quite strong, but the problem is that they are just randomly aimed. I feel like if there was any rhyme or reason to them, they would actually be a lot more functional.
I could do garlic again. I kind of want to try Fumarola, because we haven't done too much passive health regen. Up circle.
Ooh, treasure.
Nice.
This is the EDM part of the game.
Nice. Fire wand?
Base damage up by 10. And I guess maybe the treasure chest just randomly powers up one of your items.
Seems like it.
Ooh, and yet another level. Oh, no. Let's go with the base attack. Ooh, chicken. Do you need it?
I don't.
Need or greed. That's the name of the game. Speaking of need or greed, weren't you thinking about going back to WoW these days? One of these days? I think that's what you said.
I don't know if I was thinking necessarily about going back to WoW, but I did hear the news that that Chris Metzen guy is back.
So what is Chris Metzen to World of Warcraft?
He is one of the OG game designers, because he used to do a lot of the concept art for World of Warcraft and or just Warcraft in general, not even World of Warcraft. I will pick the Friendship Amulet, I think.
Friendship is forever.
Yes. So yeah, he used to do that, and he also used to do a lot of character voices, like the voice of Thrall. So, and at least in
don't you mean Lagos?
Yes, Logo. Wait, no, isn't Lagos supposed to be what's it called? What's his face? The King of Stormwind, or the one that used to
King Harkinian?
No. Well, whatever. It wasn't Thrall, but yeah. What was I saying?
Thrall, the voice of Thrall.
Yeah, he used to be the voice of Thrall, and yeah, at least from my impression from the times that I used to see him on BlizzCon, in the older BlizzCons, He seemed like a pretty reasonable guy.
I guess my question is, why did he leave in the first place?
Not sure. Maybe he wanted to do his own thing for a while.
Did he do his own thing for a while?
Maybe.
Well, we'll see how the game changes with him back in whatever position he's in. What is it? The latest World of Warcraft expansion released a few months ago?
Mm-hmm.
That was the one with the dragon people?
Yeah, that one was Dragonflight. Did you ever see the cinematic for that one?
I believe I did.
It was the one with the statue
The
person.
statue, yes.
I like that one.
Did you actually play it though?
No, I didn't.
You're just like, I like the movie trailer. That's good.
I feel like there are certainly very solid game cinematics that deserve recognition, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to play the game.
Oh, like the cinematic to DC Universe, remember that?
I do not particularly.
That was legend.
What happens?
It was like Black Adam, he's like, Shazam! And right as he is getting struck by a lightning bolt is when he catches Flash and they both get destroyed in the aftermath.
That does sound rather...
That was like the only way that they could defeat the Flash, the bad guys.
Wait, so that was part of the cinematic of the bad guys
that was,
defeating?
yeah.
Oh.
The cinematic is just like, oh, all of the good guys have lost.
Interesting.
Crown. Okay, it's starting to get rough to get around these guys.
Yeah. I think one game cinematic that was really good recently that I won't necessarily play the game of is Cyberpunk. It had Idris Elba in it.
Really? Cyberpunk has Idris Elba? I thought it just had Keanu.
Well, it had only Keanu. Now apparently it has Idris Elba for like some DLC.
Does he reference the fact that Keanu is there?
Well, not in the trailer. Okay. I guess what kind of reference would you expect? It's
like, oh, where's Keanu? See, Cyberpunk has to be this type of game where, like, if Keanu is not on screen, the characters have to be asking, oh, where's Keanu?
I don't even know what kind of character Keanu is, but okay. But I'm sure the writers have fun with him.
Alright, some solid progress. Can we make the 11-minute mark, which is the world record, as far as we know?
Ringtone.
So, isn't it that, like, one of these enemies has the key to breaking the circle?
Is that what's been happening?
Yeah, because sometimes it just dissolves.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, wow, we both.
The 11-minute mark. World record. We missed it.
So close.
Okay. Let's try it one more time.
Hopefully we can get a power up.
Yeah. Let's see if we can. 366. Gosh, that's a lot. Luck, magnet, speed, projectiles move faster. That could be good. Max health. Wow, let's just go with this.
I think I was doing pretty well with this person, so I'll just pick him again.
Nice. wings. All that being said, have you actually played Cyberpunk?
I have not, no. But I thought the trailer was really good because I just think it's pretty exciting when a cinematic can kind of show that much story in such a short amount of time. I think that's why I've always liked the Blizzard cinematics, even though they let's see what to pick. Maybe Axe. That's why I've always liked Blizzard cinematics, even though I might not play all the games. Like I like Diablo 4 cinematic, but I didn't really pick up Diablo 4.
Like the epic cinematic for most WoW expansions are like, oh, like this legendary creature is coming back to life and it must be destroyed lest the world is at stake. And then when you start playing, it's like, oh, can you collect 10 woodchuck pelts? Can you...
It's like, can you pick up 4 pieces of deer dung, please?
Let's go with the Santa water. Nice. So that's the power of the Santa water.
I guess that does bring up an interesting discussion as to, you know, what does that mean? Maybe I'll do X. Yeah. Kind of what the future of the MMO genre is, because at least every time I've seen a new MMO pop up, every iteration is usually like, okay, you start from zero, you know, you start, you know, killing rats and picking up, I don't know, sacks of wheat or whatever, but then eventually you get to, you know, world-ending conflicts where you're the only heroes that can do it. But then when an expansion comes around, you're kind of back to picking up horse crap, and yeah.
And then it becomes sacks of buckwheat.
Yeah, exactly.
Or, of course, if it's like an ice expansion, it becomes like frost wheat.
Yeah. So it kind of makes me wonder, you know, is that design going to get so kind of repeated that it's really going to be something that's going to appeal to, you know, I guess our generation that grew up with it, and maybe it's not going to appeal to the next generation of gamers?
Well, I guess my question is, you're referencing very much World of Warcraft. I don't know that that's the same case with Final Fantasy, and maybe that's because I haven't gotten to a single one of the Final Fantasy 14 expansions, but is that what they do?
I will say that there is a little bit of that, because even though it's not like picking up, you know, satchels or whatever in Final Fantasy, it's more like, okay, could you solve like this dispute between these two guys, you know, by talking it out? And then, you know, in the middle of that, it's like, oh no, they're being attacked by bandits, and so you have to help them out. And then eventually you get to like, okay, now you're facing down like the space Nazi Empire, and then it restarts from there. It's like, okay, now you have to help a village of, you know, native people kind of find out what they're gonna eat for the next few days. And so there is that kind of loop in Final Fantasy 14 as well.
So, I guess what you're trying to reference is that even though you're this awesome character that did amazing during the last expansion, you get downgraded in terms of your missions, and maybe that's something that's not necessarily going to hold up with time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know, but as far as I know, in terms of like popularity, Final Fantasy 14 is kind of what's leading at the forefront, and I don't know if they're planning on doing anything new in terms of shaking up that formula.
Oh, I think I'm gonna get Pichon this time. Oh, red. I want that red.
The Goron's Ruby.
Yes.
Okay. Cross. Makes me more of a cleric. Ooh, okay, surrounded again.
I think we're good though. There's not too many enemies inside.
Oh, there's a gap here. Oh, there was a gap there.
I think we can just clear out the enemies in the middle, honestly. Ruin Tracer.
Ooh, nice. I feel like those are actually time-based challenges. Like if you survive that, it just clears out on its own.
Yeah, that's what I was also feeling.
Kind of like acne.
I guess. It's kind of funny you say it that way because I don't know if I've ever heard of anybody pass away from acne. Would be a
yeah, you don't know.
Rather awful way to go.
You don't know that. Come on, NP Chong, we trust. That is wild. Getting so close. Okay. Let's go for the magic wand. Oh, took a hit in that one.
It wasn't too bad. Getting chunked. Okay.
Oh, wow. I thought I was moving faster than that.
It's the swarms that'll get you. Let's get around this hedge.
I feel like maybe the designers of this game were like thinking about the pandemic when they designed it, and they're like, oh, how can we create an enemy that is just like the pandemic? It's like just a swarm of like randos just like walking by you all of a sudden very quickly.
Not wanting the social distance.
Yeah. Ooh, clock.
Nice.
Nice. Oh, trapped.
There's treasure
Jeez.
to the right. Maybe the treasure will save us. Nice.
Clock it out, clock it out.
Yeah, let's start making our way to the treasure. Oh crap.
Oh, COVID.
Oh, pichon.
Some more pichon.
Okay.
And the level up.
Yeah. Alright, we just have to play it safe. I say as I die.
Okay, well, thanks a lot. You've destroyed our chances. You've single-handedly destroyed our chances.
Listen, we just have to survive for like 10 more seconds.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay, that's fine. That is fine. But I think with that we have to wrap things up.
Mm-hmm.
Let's play the app. Sorry. So that was the Ales and Fails Twitch stream for today. Unfortunately, I won't be streaming tomorrow. Like I said, I've got some family visiting. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed today's stream. We had a little bit of everything: some Mario Kart, some Mortal Kombat 1, and some Vampire Survivors. I feel like there was a kind of a good variety today, and I'm sure that I'll probably come back to a lot of these. Next week I'll probably be going back to some of the things that I've been running, but I feel like I've got good vibes from all of these games, so they're definitely solid contenders to become consistent classics. And thank you once again, John, for from actually showing up on stream.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a whole block named after you.
Yes.
And only now do you actually decide to grace us with your presence. It's in fact it's pretty insulting that you don't do that. Do you have any final words?
Well, I guess after that whole explanation, then I just gotta say, I'm glad I was here. Glad I moved all of my busy schedule out. Glad that my agent and your agent, got in contact and made the right.
We could make we could make a pact.
Mm-hmm, yes, make the pact. Pay the proper bills.
Yeah, so you're essentially not committing to anything. That's essentially. I feel like you're everything that you said. You actually are not saying that you're gonna come back.
Well, who's to say? Who's to say? Well, only the future.
Okay, so you're not committing. Fine, fine. So yeah, so we might see John again. Maybe we might not see him in person, but he might show up on stream in a different format. Yeah. But yeah, Old Ales will definitely be back here next week for you all to kick around with. But yeah, unfortunately I've got no more drink here. Mm-hmm. But as always, let me go ahead and end this by suggesting once again, thank you very much everyone for your time. Thank you very much, Rio de Lobos. Glad that you enjoy the Mortal Kombat content. Thank you, Inigo, and thank you very much, Falco Forte, for showing up on chat. Thank you very much to lurkers, and especially my friends, the bots. You guys are great. But yeah, with that, have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and as I like to say, stay thirsty, Alpac. We'll see you again.